Okay, so hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're going to be building a website for a business, right? And it's going to be crazy as like really awesome because let me just quickly. So we are already getting started with some kind of project, right? There's some errors that we find out, and we're going to fix that. So it's going to be a real website. So it's going to be like something really crazy, guys. I mean, this is like first time ever building stuff like that. So like it would be really going to be awesome to some degree, right? So yeah, and it would really be kind of like would lead to a greater value because this is my first project working for a business at home and just after I haven't gone to university, so that's how it functions. I mean, yeah, so it's my first time building, and as you can see about this expand or something like if you can see, like, this allows you to what this allows you to do initially is write on the Obsidian node. So for example, like, the reason I bought it is because without this, work was becoming impossible. So I needed like my mouse at the start to actually draw on this, but now I can just use this to kind of like draw, let's say, anything, like anything at all. See what I'm saying? It's really efficient because now I have a pen in my hand and I can like pretty much draw it. So it's like system, right? Yeah, whatever. So yeah, so we have like A that leads to B that leads to C, I suppose. Yeah, and that leads to A again, something like that. So like this is the recursive feedback loop we were talking about in the last something. So that's how it is, right? I can write my name. I'm like Varek dot Varillion, and now there's a learning curve. If you guys do not know, to write with this, there's a learning curve. So I just bought it yesterday. So I think the learning curve was about 3 days. So at the start, it would be kind of hard to write, but they say it takes about a 3 to 4 days to get used to it. So like at the start, I'm not used to it, but I think I'm pretty getting used to, like, yeah, it's not that hard to write, but it's just that this is like not that efficient. And you can see, like, I made some, like, this is not my handwriting. My handwriting is kind of slightly more neat, though it's not really that beautiful. So yeah, so yes, okay, so this is what I bought, right? And yeah, so like, yeah, just telling you about my investment. And I needed to see something like how do like big companies work with EMI, right? Because they give you ability to like have a certain buy a thing at like at certain specific amount, and they can like extract that amount for you repeatedly over the months, right? How do you create an app out of a website, right? And how is it? Like, I also wanted to know this from my friend ChatGPT. So we're gonna open ChatGPT and ask him a couple of questions. Right. But first of all, I was like looking for a poster because let me show you the basic version of the website. So this is like the company's name is like Modern Color Point. Like, that's the name of the company, if you can see at the top, right? And yeah, so that's like a simple, like, you can add any username. Okay, that's like a controversial info, but I'm not going to show the password. But it's like you can have a Gmail email address here, and you can like log in as a business or a customer owner or whatever, like, through here. But like, this is some sensitive stuff that would be constantly showing up here on the, like, yeah, right now there's also my password. I'm just feeling insecure, so let's just backspace that. Seeing email is not a big problem. Seeing a password is a big problem, right? So I'll just keep this website here and show you when I need it to show, because there's some controversial stuff here. Like, even though, like, the best part is, like, yeah. So I would show, like, yeah. So I think this layout, the basic layout that I had, is kind of really simple because, like, if I take this away, it's a car company, right? So what they do is, like, they sell paints. They sell paints, right? Like, so they want a website. So I thought, like, okay, I can have something like this. Like, I will decrease the size of the, and for that, my friend Gemini just comes into the picture as a rescue, right? Like, Gemini, I love you. So I bought the AI Pro plan or something, which cost about a couple thousand rupees here. Get started. Yeah, not now, for, I guess, not now. Yeah, here are all the things, but I guess I have to switch to Vark. Right. Like, this is my older account with the Gemini. This is like the new account, and let me just bookmark that too here. So we have double Gemini. Like, okay, where is the AI Enhancer podcast? Google Gemini. So we have Google Gemini. Yeah. So let's just name this. You have to rename, right? How do you rename it? Ede, right? Okay, yeah. So we have Varek. So Tarek. Okay, that's what I heard. Wait, Varek Aurelian. And here I would just rename this into, yeah. So, like, and let's just edit that. Right. So there I have multiple names, I guess. So yeah. So now it's really easy to differentiate and open up which ones you want to open up or something. So we got the basic things going on here. Right. So now it's time to actually continuously build, but I needed to design like a front layer because it's just like, though that is not the most important part right now. What I want to do is like I want like yeah, design in the front end of it. So like it's the daily notes, and I'm just kind of like adding this because like yeah, it's a simple explanation. Let's close that. Let's close the design. Now what I wanted to do is actually generate a txt file, right? But for that, what I do need is like, oh, okay, I need another monitor. I need one more monitor. Fuck this. So I need ChatGPT to build another monitor. Sorry, no monitor. I mean, to improve the prompt, because I use ChatGPT to improve the prompt. I mean, I wouldn't be using this account right now. I would be using Vark accounts right now. So it could be here, and these two things could be here. So, but I mean, I need them to simultaneously function with them. So I'm opening up in a new tab here, right? So that I could actually work efficiently with them. And like, yeah, you can see all the stuff right on the screen, which is kind of more important than seeing that. And you would be able to hear the prompt that I'm kind of like sending. So that's all right. So let me just Control C. Let me just Control D. And let me just search chats. Let me search prompt. Prompt. Uh, prompt. It should open up. Learning to code with a strong prompt. Prompt. Okay. Is it going older? Plus literary. Okay. Learn code with. I think I did had a. Maybe it was in code. Yeah, maybe it was in coding. Software engineer, software design, functional, internal Python mastery, teachers. Nope. I did rename the chat literally. Yeah, system biological advantage of sleep, mining capital and incentive. AI correct explain prompt generator. Like it's fucking here. For some reason, it's not finding that out. Right. Let me just paste my prompt again. Improve this. Yeah, so I can take that and I can just copy paste it here, which is kind of brief, like yeah. So just generate a txt file, right? So it just now it will generate a txt file for us, which will allow us to know every fucking single time what is kind of like doing, right? So that's actually a really good thing because now we can know okay what it's trying to generate, right? And let me just change that while it's generating its thing and like yeah, accept all. Right, and then we have a core and domain, a system design. Yeah, problem solved 3, concept mastered 1, project built 1. I mean, we are working on our first project. Current concept is like a website, and like yeah, so I guess that's all there is to. So okay, this is like the system overview, and okay, I'll tell it. Okay, there's some errors in the file index.html and style.css, and like yeah, and also check the how good the every single thing is, and if everything is functioning fine or not, and improve them. Now we're gonna go back to our ChatGPT again, improve the prompt, not too much, just slightly. Just improve its. Not accessibility concern. Broken layouts. Like so now it's start working project overview system architecture. The front end present what it is, what it does. It's a visual website that's a bit. The database, the user flow, how consumer uses the website once opens the system. Yeah, opens the website, arrives at the landing page and clicks explore marketplace editing guest modes or requires custom browser products. Views the gallery, go showing current products. Search products, use type keys to yeah. So this is like view product info, clicks, cards, overall detail, window, consumer design. So this is our like what else do we want here? What else do we want here? We want image, description, and a price and a current view count. So how many people have bought this? Oh, shall we add like okay. Reviews. no, we shouldn't add reviews at a small scale, because what we're gonna do is we are deceiving the customers. Like now you'll say, okay, why are we deceiving the customers? And answer to that is, to be honest, okay, there's still some error in style.css. Could you check that in the public folder? Yeah, so it's once again working, and I did bought the premium. I'm actually kind of scared how fast does it burns up the token, right? Yeah, so it's working. So we have user flow. So this is where, but how do we add reviews, right? I mean, I do not want to add reviews for some reason. No, because reviews just give them unnecessary information about the product, or the reviews work for the betterment. I mean, if it wasn't the business, like, because it only works with one business, so rather than reviews, I mean, you know, reviews just creates unnecessary headaches for a stupid person. Like, because this is directed for uneducated people, because they're painters, right? So this is a website targeted for uneducated people. And if your reviews that's saying bad, a lot of time uneducated people tends to accept negative beliefs or something really easily, which is a problem for us, right? Control Z. I think I do have to install Chrome at some point. Trust me. Allow. I think I have no choice but to install Chrome. Okay, I got no choice. It always tries to get this thing done on Chrome for some reason. Let's just install it real quick. I mean, even though I cannot access the Chrome, the platform can access the. We got no choice. Now it's burning token like fire, because it could have just checked that easily, really. But oh, it's trying to work around its way because there's no Chrome installed. But I do not want that, buddy, for unnecessary reasons. Because so now it's trying its best to actually check it through that, but that's burning tokens like fire. I mean, I should need Chrome, even if it like I'm not gonna use it much. Yeah. So what else do I want? I want image price disturbances, and I think I should ask one of my assistants, which is of course ChatGPT, to tell me what else do a customer product needs. And there are some types like, okay, I need to get these question answers. What matrix should we show and track? Yeah, this is like the most important thing. It's like this will tell us like what it is Chrome was updated, next catalog. Okay, this is not the current website. Curated data extension creators, we have a lot of blockers, and localhost is not blocked. Either we can turn it off. This is like the website, right? So this is like the website, and there's still two errors left. There's still two errors left in style.css. Now I've downloaded Chrome too, so you can access that too to check it. Yeah, you run the localhost. That's actually pretty good. It can access browser by itself. Oh my gosh. I mean, okay, so we do need Chrome here in this project, trust me. The error solved, it still shows to error. So while it's working on that, I can work on something else. Image products current view. So I think okay, ChatGPT answered a couple of my questions real quick. Like the first question is like, how do companies protect EMI theft? So for example, they give you a product or like for EMI, so you can pay in like in certain deposits every month, so a certain amount of money gets extracted from your bank account. So how is it like if someone has zero money in the bank account, if when they like in the starting month, like they had some money, but over time, let's say if they remove the account or if the account got deactivated or something, like how would the company would actually get its money back when the Google account is like, or not, sorry, Google, I mean the bank account, sorry. Yeah, so the bank account, if the bank account is like blocked or if it has no money, so if how it is going to auto pay, like, that's one thing I wanted to ask. And I also want you to answer another question, like how hard it is for us to actually create an app out of a website. Is it really easy? I just need an AI agent to actually look through the files that I have locally on the computer and convert that into an app. So is it that easy, or like, yeah? And then there's another thing I wanted to add. What metrics should we track or show? Like, for example, I'm creating this website for local customers, but at least first, actually, you know what, just answer the first two questions and then we'll go to the third the third thing. But yeah, okay, so we still haven't get the bug fixed. I think it's just created a unnecessary problem. Oh man, it's like creating a unnecessary problem. Just two errors in CSS. Oh, it's finally. Oh no, it created more errors. Oh my gosh, I don't know at this point. I should come back to system overview. Damn, I don't know anymore. Honestly, is it even working? What it's even doing? Let me just cancel that out. I mean, I don't know why it was taking so long. Continue with what you were doing. I stopped you in between. You can continue with the CSS error investigation. Yeah, I shouldn't stop. Because I'm scared that this is burning tokens like fire. That's all I'm scared at. Okay, damn. No, not editor settings. Damn settings. Uh, okay, it's burning tokens like fire. Let's just let it work. Let's just let it work. I think there's not much errors. It's just that it's causing unnecessary problems. Yeah, that's just I had a heart attack because of that, honestly. Yeah, so I actually ended up getting silent, but okay, so it says, okay, man, I ended up fixing it that much. I was so scared shitless. I thought it would burn away all my tokens in a day or something. But yeah, now we need to answer. Yeah, what is the most dominant variable or matrix that we should track? Like, first of all, if you are uploading a product, there's an image description and price and simple things like that. And current view count is how many people have viewed that, but I'm going to remove that, right? I mean, how do you keep it? Because other people can know how many people are using this website, and if the number is low, they're not going to like it. But it's like if the people are uneducated and there's a high chance. That's why I didn't do. I'm not thinking of reviews, because if there's 10 good reviews and if there's just one bad reviews, I think uneducated people tend to look at that one bad review rather than looking at the 10 good reviews, right? And they're not used to actually ordering online, so it's like a so yeah, that's what I'm actually thinking at. So I want to know like what matrix or things to actually track when it comes to products, and it's a paint product, right? So what like there's a company that supplies the paint to a local shop, and then that local shop advertises those products onto its website, and the local retailers buy that thing, right? Sorry, local consumers buy that thing, so they use that to apply the paint to the cars, right? So it's a company. So the model point is just a small outlet for a company, right? And the outlet is trying to create a website, and I'm building a website for them. And what the target is poor people who actually paint the car by hand or something, right? So like yeah, there's entire not just poor, like it's not everyone is poor, but yeah, the not extremely poor, but the average income of the person is 20-30,000 rupees, and they are pretty much not that much educated or something like that. Though the young generation in that industry is like kind of good, so but once again, it's not an industry where a lot of people are rich, so it targets especially people where they are not that rich. So that's why I wanted to like track matrix about like how many hours. There could be a lot of the variables that we can track, like how many hours they are on a website, how many products did they buy, like for how long they are buying. I think those metrics are really really important. How much money they have, like invested onto our things like that. So it's like all of that kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? I mean, but I think what are the most dominant variables that I should track, which gives me the maximum amount of information, and I can use that information to alter their perception in a way so that they buy more. So I was thinking if they actually reach a certain threshold of money, let's say they ended up buying a worth of $100 or something, then I would actually, in a month or in a year, then what we can do is actually give them a discount of 5%. Right, and if they ended up buying a worth of $1,000, we can give them a discount of 10%, and we can actually create a streak flow. This is something that was really onto my head, but it's like I know how well streak works. If they're buying regularly, there's a streak that shows up, right? And if how much money they save is also being showed up there, and how much consistent, like how much there is relationship. And what it does, if you're using it for 1 week, it asks your reviews, positive reviews. What positive things would you like to say about this website or Modern Color Points, which is the retail shop, which is the outlet. The name of the outlet is Modern Color Point. So they would actually write good reviews about it, and we'll show that on the main dashboard as floating bubbles or something, so that it gives the other people a perception that what they were using or consuming is actually a really really good thing. Yeah, tell me what to track. What are the most dominant variable in these kind of businesses? So currently, I made a mistake. I mean, the mistake I made is like currently my marketplace has a, I say like I named the company as Modern Color Point, but the real problem with that is like, okay, how about I create a website on which my company is at, rather than a website for the company. So what I'm trying to say here is that how about I make it so that I built a website where everyone can be a part of. So if you were to go to the website, it's like the website. Okay, yeah. So it's like, okay, for some reason, if I reach it here, it goes to the top. For some reason, it just covers that, and now I cannot go. So it's the writing area is kind of short. So if I have this, it goes this, and then I have this problem. So it here, I have just this much area to write at, which is half the size. So in order for that to happen, I can just take it away from me. Yeah. So I can have like here you have like the main system. So here you can add any like a company. So I can have a company here, company, or like, yeah. So any like any retail or any company. So it's like for retails or companies. So it's like a, so you can add any company and all that. Like there's multiple A, like B, C for the product you're looking for. So they can search for a product, right? And that product comes with a company name. Right, okay. And how about I decrease the size? Product comes with a company name. Right, and how about we go with that? And okay, yeah. So it's like they look Control Z, and it's like, so they look at this products, and from the products there's different company associated. So there's multiple companies competing. So there's multiple companies competing. So then again, you have customer analysis, Control Z. So we would have a customer analysis to end product analysis, the product. So companies can check products, and customers. And we can check the companies, like the we. So I can track company. Oh, company can track itself and its revenue. So company can yeah. So these are the three things we would have as tracking, because we can track these three things, right, guys? Like, yeah. So we would track these three things. So yeah, and what else can we track? What else? Like, what else? So we would track these three metrics. A company would have access to this, they would have access to this, they would have access, so they would have access, and we would have access to all of these that all of these companies would have. So in company portfolio, we can actually see how many customers could they have, how much products do they sell, what products are actually skyrocketing in growth, what products are actually decreasing in growth or something. So we can have a product analysis which works really good for us, right? Or something like that. Um, company, so we have all of this, right? So this is what we're gonna, but then again, right now I'm like, okay, there's, yeah, I can do that and create a marketplace out of it, rather than just making it so that my only dad has access to it. We can just make sure that every local store can do it, so they can add all the products. They can add okay, can I not scroll down? Can I okay, okay, yeah, I cannot scroll down, I have to use the mouse. So that's what we can track, right? And that we could have like a delivery option, so the products, and then we have delivery for the products. So yeah, that's not right now. So yeah, that's actually a good design, rather than actually creating a specific website for only for only for my dad, or because that's the business I'm working with. So how about I generate a website for a gazillion companies? Like, yeah, so it's like, if as long as you want to be on our platform, you can be on our platform, right? So it's like, as you can see, this is our pretty beautiful dashboard here. So if we can go like log out, and then we can just log in as a user example, and okay. And like, yeah, so it's like, okay, you have like a seller dashboard, so business owner, hello business owner. I can like go with like sign up, and I can like business owner, I can log in as a business owner, I can like log in as a customer, right? Or something. So when I log in as a customer, like let's say I go with no, actually log in, like, yeah, let's say log in. So yeah, I would actually log in through that. So we would just log in. Yeah, I logged in. So yeah, here's the dashboard for the. Okay, for some reason, Chrome works better than this. For some reason, I don't know. But so we can now actually search products, and we can like have the like, yeah, these two products that people are actually going with, and we can advertise them pretty well. So it's like added on this July. I do not need to add time. Why the fuck am I adding time? So let's just remove the views too. I mean, it should only two design prices available. So I search for let's say PS Gray. I mean, it just shows up there. But in locality, what the best part is locality is about, it shows the products you have about in your local stores. So it is like a search engine for every. So if you search for, let's say, blanket, I mean, it also shows that no products found for right now, because there's no business that's actually producing it. But since on this, you like, you have a like, yeah. So rather than naming it model column point, we should change the name to locality, and then the businesses have a dashboard, and they can look at the dashboard, and they can look at like how many products they have sell, right? Something like that. So now what happens? It's not a website working for like, yeah. So the biggest problem that I have is like I don't know. The biggest problem that we have is like, okay, I'm still not know that should I design a locality, or should I just design it for my, because what I'm doing, I'm adding a modern color point onto the platform there, everyone can add it. But how about, since it's my first project, I think it's way better to actually to actually like be just a customer, because like, yeah, you can log in as anything, but I mean, I'll just keep that. But like, we just need to change design. But for I'm designing for this modern color point, I'm designing a website for them rather than designing it for my own good. I mean, like, yeah, so that would be like, yeah, I mean, yeah. And then you can add multiple what should I say, like yeah, I mean, I should do that. I should do that. I mean, like, it doesn't really matter if I like remove that. I can just go with a locality. So I can just name the website as locality. And once you're signed in, like, you can actually subscribe. So once you're subscribed to, let's say I'm subscribed to Monocoin, I can look at what they are selling, or I can search for everything, but I can look at whatever they are selling on my dashboard. So it's like teaching other people, okay, you have to go to the website locality, you have to like log in, right? And then I can do that with any business, right? I can just ask different businesses, whether it's in paint industry, whether it's cosmetic, whether it's just a local store, they can log in and they can upload products that they have, and yeah, as a local marketplace. So they can get good images of the product online, and they can upload those products, right? And people would buy those products. And there would be someone that teaches other people how to do that, right? And yeah, rather than just one website for Modern Color Point. But how about I just design one website right now, and what it would do is like, I need visits to my website, like, yeah. So you plug this thing into every local retail, so it's like people can see what local retails have in their inventory. Damn, this idea is worth millions, if not billion. Okay, this idea is worth, like, if we scale this idea successfully to every seller or something, like we can actually change to like, yeah. So we could not have another Misho, or like, yeah, we could have like a local store where all the local stuff, yeah, so we can call it locality, so you can have access to all the local stores and what they're selling, and you can just go there and check it out what the local stores have. So it's like, check out what your local store has, rather than just being a model color point. I mean, like, yeah, so we are like, right now I'm as a customer, in the future I maybe log in as a producer, right? Curated design, exceptional creations. Yeah, that's actually kind of awesome. If you, yeah, we can explore marketplace. So as a visitor rather than as a, yeah, and then we can have these verified things about a business. So we can actually trick the matrix of the businesses and like how satisfied people are and what reviews they have about that business. It's like you can add all the goods that you have and then you can like create, update or sell them. So it's like, but would people would shift? I mean, shifting takes time. I mean, you need to have an entire ecosystem of this, like locality. How hard? Like me, let me just ask how hard it is to actually create something like that. And like first of all, ChatGPT did give me some metrics to track, which is like let me just shift these into like yeah, for now. Let me just shift that. So ChatGPT did give me some metrics. Like for example, revenue per customer. So we have to track Ramesh spend. So Ramesh spend immediately know who matter most. Like yeah, and then we have repeat purchase. Oh, how about doing a place where there's entire marketplace? How about we create a platform where no, I don't know. Like at this point, I don't know. Like can what can locality be used for? Like rather than that, we can have a software where actually everyone can track. I don't know at this point. Like we could like what could we have where can do what they want, buy from the retail source, or see what there is. So we can start with the big ones and actually convince them that this is the next best thing. Right. And then we have revenues and tracking and then checking like who is the real buyer. And this can be used for everyone. Like I mean, yeah. Actually, I don't know. Like I literally don't know. Should I design it for everyone? Like we can design it for everyone, but then again, for retail shops, I do need perspective on this, guys. I do need perspective, real perspective. I mean, let me ask my assistants, ChatGPT and Gemini. Okay, I'm thinking of creating this website called Locality, and I will create an app out of it too. So the concept is like any business owner, which is on retail specifically, or maybe just create a new business, what they can do is they can actually show all the products like they have. So what Locality does is like it shows a customer all the local goods and like all the local businesses that are available in their surroundings and what those businesses are selling and at what price. So they like people goes to Amazon, but they hardly go onto local stores these days. So what they can do is they can check out what there is like in their locality, right? What kind of stores are there, what kind of services there, so they can actually go there and check for reality. Like because I think there's a bigger problem because a lot of time when people are ordering online they don't have confidence because they cannot check in real time. So what Locality does is like it becomes this thing that actually shows people what's there in the local stores and they can go and buy, and these local stores can actually use Locality, like they can order online and they can also have deliveries. So local stores doesn't necessarily have to go to Amazon. They can just like go to Locality, and now what happens is like if a person orders they can just get delivery and all that stuff that happens with the Amazon too, but it's for the local stores. Do you think that's a really good idea, and what bottlenecks does it have? I think the biggest problem is implementing it, and like yeah, it will be competing with platforms like global platforms like Amazon and Flipkart, which has access. But I mean, it also gives access to the local stores. Like you can buy literally everything, cake, ice creams, and like food products, like everything from the local stores on Locality, from paints to everything. And if not buy, you can check it out what's there in the local stores, and these local stores would actually maintain this there. So these local stores can sign in on Locality and create a business there, and there's customer who can actually sign into Locality and see what the businesses are selling, and they can order it there on the moment, and like the delivery would happen within in 10 minutes, so they can get anything they want from any different industry within in 10 minutes. Just like how we have Blinkit. Like, okay, my network is not functioning optimally. Should I switch real quick? Yeah, let's switch real quick. Oh, it's already switched. I think we'll connect real quick. OBS successful. Yeah, I don't think so. The stream stopped. It's just that there was some buffer. Yeah. So let me just open up my transcript from the flow. Like, I can copy that. And it can function slightly like Blinkit in India. So it's like fast delivery from local stores. And almost everything at your doorstep or in front of your eyes. Do you think it's really good idea, or like, because it does solve a lot of problems that people face? So tell me what kind of problems that it solves, like insanely good problems, and what kind of things that it's bad at or doesn't gonna solve or gonna cause problem. Like, what are the chances of it failing, and under what condition it's gonna fail, and tell me under what conditions, and what conditions it's satisfied catastrophically well that will allow it to succeed. Okay, what problem does it solve? The strongest problem is you need a cricket bat, a phone charger, cooker, a paint. ऑप्शन है भैया ये है क्या? Yep. This is the truth. So what's this is what the idea of our Bhagavati. I also asked the same idea, like, yeah, but this is the idea of so it's like, yeah, so you have to go. So he talks about like how you have to go to a store from store, and then you have to ask. But on locality, you can just search and you can just find a different, all kind of different kind of stuff. The problem, the hidden problem that people don't realize, like, yeah, there's no online. So like, yeah, a physical store can have 50 lakh worth of inventory still be invisible. Use that, your idea solves that. Amazon works best when warehouses are centralized, inventory is centralized, delivery is national. Locality works when inventory is fragmented, products changes daily, small stores dominate. For example, today in Jodhpur, one hardware store has 7 units left. Amazon has no idea, locality could know. The biggest, no customers, not the biggest stores owners. Store sign-ups and upload photos. Aha, the biggest, yeah. क्या जरूरत है? Like, yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing. Most retail owners are not disciplined software users. That's the bare truth. And here's the thing. But the next generation that is about to come would be able to do that. Like, literally, they would be able to do that. What kills the inventory accurate? Suppose customers have available. Once trust dies, users know inventory accuracy is life or death. What? Ah, trust. Okay. So locality trust is the biggest idea. So if there is 2 units, that means you must have local purchasing through locality, so locality can simultaneously update. Oh my gosh! So it's like we can solve this. We can solve the trust. No stores, customers don't come. No customers, stores don't join. Stores don't join. Classic marketplace problem. Almost every marketplace startup dies here. But this is the thing, you can convince other people to actually get into it, and you can actually not just one, but you can actually convince multiple stores. Why 10-minute delivery is dangerous? You're thinking Blinkit, but everything. That's fair, because you right now you need riders, routing, logistic tracking, customer support, refunds, flail deliveries. Bring a logistic company, the blinking sweat belly, in solving that. Don't start there. Ah, Yeah, like how to actually navigate riders, how to actually navigate routing, how to actually navigate logistics, tracking, customer support, refunds, failed deliveries. Remove delivery completely. Version 1 only on me right now. That's it, nothing else. Even small start within, for example, hardware stores. Why? Is weak there. Hardware inventory is chaotic. Local stores are strong. Price distant stock. That's already useful. Yeah. Becomes searchable, not stores inventory. Big difference. Google Maps shows stores, locality shows product image. Blue paint 20 liters and getting extra exact availability nearby, that is powerful. So how can we actually shift the delivery systems to other people so it can give them we can fix the delivery system not by actually implementing the local store would deliver for us. So when they upload and when they see that people are washing that their products, we can actually boost. I'm so fucking smart sometimes and so fucking dumb sometimes too, because I am dumb, but I'm smart too. It's kind of paradoxical, but we can actually bootstrap it by by manipulating the people with the stores, by making them feel like, oh, this is like the next, like, you have 50 people watching your stores and they can potentially buy 10 people out of 10 potentially can buy something and you're losing out that. Google Maps for inventory. The sentence is worth remembering, but it changes because it changes density. One city, one area, hundreds of stores, thousands of, don't spread nationally. If a community gone, game over. So like, yeah, so how do you simultaneously update inventory if they are not, like, if they are selling, like, how about we shift the entire businesses, like the local businesses sell something but inventory must be, like, updated repeatedly. So if they are not updating their inventory, that's a bad thing, right? If they sell a t-shirt, it's sold. A store owner should be able to start in 5 minutes, so they should be able to upload. So they have to click a photo of, like, the product that they have and the price and all that, and then, like, okay, how much product is decreasing, so they can connect that with their, I mean, okay, so we need to shift them into, like, okay, now that would be like, yeah, I can build this a microcosm of, like, microcosm for like I can build a microcosm for molecular point, and then I can build locality to make it, like, scale really really well. Move delivery completely, yeah, because let's leave delivery onto the local stores, and as soon as local stores have delivery, like, yeah, so this changes everything, because you need delivery but local stores does delivery by themselves. You just tell the address, so like Google location, so they could have access to the location of the user and where the user is sitting. So now what this will do is, like, this will solve a lot of problem for us, because this can allow them to find out the person, do the delivery. You do not need any blinker or that. You just need Google Maps. That's it. Like, that's literally it. And they would have someone on their stores that would do the delivery for the other person or something like that. And if they do delivery and if they do buy from it, like, we can update inventory. We do need delivery to update inventory there. But, like, okay, how do we make local stores shift from whatever the software you're using to our software called locality when it comes to tracking records and applying orders, and like how stocks is updating? How can we keep track, or how can we make a local store keep track of their products using locality? That is the biggest challenge. The delivery is not the biggest challenge. How can we I can keep track of the local stores. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. How can we keep track of local stores? Can be not. Now can be. How can we keep track of local stores? Inventory. And trust is the biggest problem. Yes. How do you make sure? Make sure that the inventory is always updated. So I can work on this project from the modern color points, and I can work on locality because that would give me an idea. Because and like and model points, like I can iterate. Like locality is hard to start and it requires a lot more complexity. So if I build a website for the modern point, I mean, like yeah, it's only for them. So I'm specifically, but then I can build locality. So locality is kind of like solves an inventory problem. And where do you become searchable? Yeah, that's big condition density, accurate. Like yeah, fast onboarding is not a big challenge. You can just come here, like fucking click the photo, add that, and like then we can have a Google Analyzer which can analyze the photo and actually generate a description of it, right? By going online or searching. So we can have like an AI that actually does that for us. All right. And yeah, we can definitely have that. But the biggest problem that we currently have is like we can use the Google. What does the Chrome has it? Like my bad boy Chrome. Where's my bad boy Chrome? Like we have this here, right? Like if you come here, we have this like search AI mode. So I can like Google search AI mode. I can use this as an like yeah as an API to actually get that done, which is not a big deal. So as soon as they upload a product, like the product will be updated to the database or something. Like you see what I'm trying to say, guys, right? I mean, yeah, I'm gonna fucking go to shit again because I'm having loose motions, but happens automatically. This is great. Exactly. I never had to read it, but yeah, the store's owner manually update everything. The system eventually rots. POS integration, invoice integration, barcode scanning, something automatic. Yeah. So barcode scanning, invoice integration, and POS integration. Like we can have like three of them going simultaneously, which updates the product and inventory. For that, I have to start with my dad's shop, which is like the Monocle point, and the probability of failure, as originally described, Amazon computer very high failure probability. Kit can be extremely high failure probability. Inventory discovery platform, much better odds. Yeah, people need this, therefore it will succeed. The dangerous assumption is yeah, the history is full of products, people need it. Can this acquire supply cheaply? Because customers are easy, stores are hard. If you're investing this as an investor, that's one question. Can this team make local inventory searchable and accurate? There might be a business if not everything is else is decoration around the broken core. Inventory searchable. The idea that the ChatGPT gave me is like really good. That's why I need a feedback. Yeah, but I'll come back for a sec. So I can actually, rather than going with a blanket, I can actually go with not with a blanket. I can actually start against a company that actually supply all of this stuff from. But that's another thing. But yeah, I'll come back in a sec from peeing. And this could scale globally really easily, man. But I'll come back from the people that the hell I'm doing. Because we can have Walmart and DMart and stuff like those companies like that actually uploading all of their products and people can directly order them from their local stores. That is the biggest, like, yeah, and then we can have an agency that uses electric vehicles to deliver that, so we can actually cut down the cost on petrol. But yeah, that's the thing because like I've seen the blanket. The problem with the blanket is that they have bikes rather than electric vehicles, so that kind of like doesn't save the cost much. There's a lot we can do here. But I think I need to first get started with the one basic website that I'm building for the model color points. So that would give me the idea of like how all of this functions at first, like how APIs and all that. Once I've actually had the experience, I can actually scale it, right? But I'll come back from the washroom now. Okay. Yeah. it takes years to actually build this kind of stuff, right? It's not that easy to build these kind of softwares and projects, and it takes a lot of time to actually scale them. You know, like, but we do need a better feedback loop, right? We do need yeah, inventory update happens automatically. Now let's just check out what my buddy Gemini has to say about this, because that's just gonna give us a better idea to the to my idea. So this is what Gemini has to say, guys. Let's just see. This is an incredibly ambitious and novel concept. Well, a bridge between digital commerce like blanket and physical trust, traditional big brother model retail. The option for customer to walk in and touch and feel the product, you're the massive psychological barrier in e-commerce, the trust gap. Either crash or compete in the market. The insanely good problem to solve. If you pull this off, there's solve three major pain points that e-commerce giants actually. The immediate trust dilemma, inexpensive paint or specific a piece of hardware or clothing. And we can add like a return, so you can return it within a day. So it comes from a local store, you can visit the local store and return it and file a complaint, and that complaint creates a history. So if a business history is bad, you can look at whether their history is bad or good, or if they actually does and take, like, responsibility for the mistakes or the fuck up they made, and then walk 5 minutes to verify in person. Urgency gap. The Amazon is great for buying bulk of gadgets you need tomorrow, but if you or specific grade of sandpaper, specific veil right now, like level, local reliable, terrified of Amazon Flipkart, terrified of Amazon, but they don't have the heavy tech savvy budget or the volume survive on those places. Turkey digital platform persons to fight back. So good one. So every business model has to, and here's where locality is. Flipkart win on parity pricing and massive economic scale. If a customer sees a product in locality for the soon, it's a huge chunk of user will choose to wait 24 hours a day to save money, which is true. Blinkit achieves 10-minute delivery because they own dark stores, highly optimized micro warehouse, where messy shelves, and the shopkeeper who might be busy dealing with rider arrives. A typical local hardware or grocery store carries out price and maintain accurate data for all of them is a uphill battle. Exactly. Catalog exhaustion. This is like the biggest nightmare. Single big third tier. The ghost inventory problem. Imagine your customers order last, but delivery rider assisted the store only to find out a walk-in customer bought the exact still 3 minutes ago. Let's see that perfectly. By SOS billing machine, your inventory will constantly be out of sync. If the customer experience order cancel the item out of stock 3 times in a row, they will delete your app and go back to Amazon. Why it fails and now it's catastrophic. Very high. Hyper local markets are graveyards of startups. Every well-funded one, like, you will fail if you try to launch everything everywhere all at once. Pain. 100 device stores. But because your user base is small, the stores get no orders. They stop updating the app and log in. They see outdated and get frustrated and leave. Yeah, the bootstrap problem. To catastrophic for locality to explode and completely disrupt the market, you need highly specific set of conditions. The OECD commerce is trying to standardize local retail e-commerce. If locality books directly into ONDC, you don't have to onboard stores one by one. You can instantly tap into thousands of merchants already. The niche dominant first. Instead, everything you succeed by dominating high anxiety, high urgency stores first. Think of medical supplies, hardware, electric emergencies, primal. You expand the SaaS first approach. If you price upgrade with a brilliant that simple inventory management tool first, then they use business, which automatically feeds into the customer's app. But the key is constraint. To make this real, you have to solve the chicken and egg problem of getting both shops and the user at the same time, which is not the big problem because I can actually have some real people. But yeah, building this is out of my reach right now. Building this is out of my reach. So yeah, building this is out of my reach. So let's go back to fucking designing a website for the modern color point. Oh my gosh. Yeah. But I can if I can do for the one store, I can do for a lot of stores, which is a good thing, right? It's just that how do you do it for the one starting store? Well, we have one view. Someone literally joined. Hello, who was it? Or was it just me watching my own stream? I don't know. But I think the only thing we can do is right now like yeah man, fuck. Okay, yeah, we need to actually track. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Where is it? Not here. My chat GPT. Where you are, my friend? I did ask ChatGPT like, okay, yeah. What matrix to track? So let's get back to our project because we did realize the locality is insanely hard to solve. Like yeah. Yeah, and this is like the idea of like what you need to actually track. So yeah, most business 20 like yeah. Respect purchase rate. This is probably the king. Ask how many customers come back. 100 customers bought, 20 bought again. Only whether person actually trusts this outlet. Time since last purchase. Suppose someone buys paint every 30 days. If they disappear for offer discount, call them. This matrix is incredibly powerful. Best selling products, most viewed, most purchased, highest revenue. So we can have best selling products. Mm-hmm. Product A get many views, product B actually gets bought. Highest revenue. Customer lifetime value, total amount spent ever. Treat them differently. The 40,000 customers should get priority support, discounts, loyalty rewards. What customers should see? Where psychology comes in, you're right about one thing. Showing raw website traffic is often stupid. If a product has 7 views, people think nobody wants this, even though it might be a great product. Popular product, bestseller, frequently purchased. Bestseller, frequently purchased. Without exposing weak number. You're understanding, Nick, yeah, so we have like a good images system. Your ideas actually not streaks. Streaks work for Duolingo because learning is daily. Pain purchases are not daily instant rounds. Get 2% silver. Gold spend 40,000, 10% now customer. I feel I'm close to next now. That's powerful incentives. Show money saved. One matrix customer love. Example, yeah. Human love avoiding losses more than gaining rewards. Save 500 feels more real than earn 500. Retract search terms. Example, items will track primer. This tells you customers want before they buy. I would track only business dashboard revenues, order, repeated customer lifetime value, best selling products, search items. Customer dashboard, total purchase, total savings, royalty level, so recent orders. That appears, so we can add. About the pain, the useful business. Now create a prompt that I could actually upload to Gemini so I can actually get what I want. Like create a prompt out of this so I can upload to Gemini. Create a prompt out of this that I can actually upload to Anti-Gravity, right? Create. We can Anti-Gravity IDE. By Google. Yeah, create a detail and explain prompt of like yeah what I want and like yeah and what it should generate for me so that I could get like yeah what I want. and also update the system overview and README. I actually ended up sending it, but that's all right. Yeah, now we can have like this. So now I can actually ask the Gemini to actually work on this. Well, this is being continuously changing, and yeah. So let me just open up my Where's Gemini here, EMI prediction, new tab, which is kind of useless. Yeah, I'm not gonna open up the same chat, which is here's my prompt generator, here's my chat GPT. Let's just open Gemini real quick. Start with a what the fuck? Is it done? What? I don't believe you. Actually, have you really done all the work? Okay, now it's actually creative walkthrough. Yeah. Yeah, so get to the work and update the software now. And create the description, like, on readme.txt of how everything functions, and then system overview of how the system functions. And change the name of the software from modern color point to locality. Yeah, get started with all the changes and implementation plan and modern color point specs and walkthrough, and yeah, get started with everything, all the tasks. Yeah, it's about to update the software and take it to the next level. Yeah, it's not working anymore. It will keep on working forever. Yeah, it's working. So what I want you to do is actually shrink the size of the car. So I've sent you this image, and what I want you to do is actually shrink the size of the car so that it becomes smaller. Make the background plain white. Change the name from Porsche to Modern Color Point. Make the background pure white and remove the trees. Okay, Gemini, I have anti-gravity CLI IDE IDE. And the problem I'm having is that it constantly asks me for changes, and I do not want it to do that. What I want it to do is actually accept all changes, or make all changes by itself. So what setting should I go and change so that it does that by itself? we did in revenue 60. Now, what I want you to do with the image you just generated is to actually remove the Porsche from the background, which is written behind modern color point. And what I also want you to do is remove GT3 RS that is at the top. Yeah, so okay, I'm streaming. I'm literally speaking, but I'm not speaking anymore because I'm so focused at work, which is a good thing. So now we can have this actually go there. So I can just tell it the Gemini to actually do a better job. This is the product, right? I mean, this is, yeah, this is exactly. So could you add these kind of aesthetics? What I want you to. So now what I want you to do is add these kind of images at the bottom, like of the car, at somewhere behind or in front of or at the back of the car, like so it should show. Yeah, and actually change the font, like of modern color point, make it more aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, so I'm just sending you an image of a box in which you store paints, right? So like, yeah, so add that in the image so that, yeah. Okay, yes, let's just get it shorter to something like this. No, it's gonna create a new image. Man, let's just check me that for a second. Let me just get this bad boy here. Doesn't really matter that much. Get this bad boy here. I guess doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, it's generating an image. So automate paints, automative paints. It changed the thumbnail to locality. How do I get that? So I can get this through. I'm such a smart guy sometimes, but oh well. If this works out, then that's good. But if it doesn't work out, then that's kind of bad. Right, so it is getting the. Let's just go to home. Yeah, and I can add another supply of this thing here through this, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like at one point, at one place, I can have AI agents. At one point, I can have my dashboard working, where I can see the website, and the like yeah. At that, like I can see the see that at that. At one point, I can see anti-gravity. At one point, I can see the Obsidian nodes. I mean, I do need more monitors. So I mean, okay, I need AIs like works like with AI. So like, there's my one coding agent and my website here running here simultaneously, I suppose. And then here, somewhere around here, I would need another monitor where what I can do is like agent running, controls disabled, which is actually kind of good that agent is running. So I can have this, and then I can have like I don't know, like a monitor here, which kind of like gives me this idea of like, okay, what AIs are actually running and monitors and stuff like that. Because two monitors are not enough. Like, and here's I can have like only looking at the stream. So like once I constantly look at here, I can become like very active or aware of what I'm doing and what I'm saying. So I can constantly get back to that. So yeah, having multiple monitors is kind of good. Like fuck, really, really good. Yeah. So the better setup, the better table, like yeah, it just leads to better results, I suppose. And like look at the mess here. Okay, you can't look at the mess here, but there's so many papers. Like oh okay, that doesn't did anything much. I just got scared for no reason. This is what I used to use in the past, like these papers to actually generate and write my ideas. If you can look at them, but now I got that tab, so that kind of like fixes the problem. So I think I just got it yesterday and forgot to remove the stuff, which to be honest, like looked really good on the table, but it just grabs unnecessary space, if I'm being honest. And I don't think so anymore that I will be using this at all in the future, or like yeah, honestly. So now let's just put it aside, in a place where no one actually sees it. So you can have that. So like it's creating the website that we want, yeah. And we can also add like a local logistic thing. Aha, man, I should add local logistics. I should add local logistics. So it's like I can. So what you can do is like you're not just gonna go with that, but you can also add a local logistics center. So your company, like the local retail, and like the main company you're working with also gets appended into the software, which is kind of like really awesome, man. So so yeah, I mean, let's just fucking does it out. So we are already building our first business. Oh my gosh, like we are businessing for product for other people, but also we are thinking of like like scaling it. So they do not own the website; they just own some section of it. So we just could get part of it then. Like yeah. I don't know what it's doing, but let it let it do what it's doing in the background. I mean, it's checking a lot of stuff. The elements, like yeah, it's doing its stuff, and I think generative code it's gonna get better and better at the stuff, so which is kind of really good. All right, over time. So I mean, all you have to do is come up with ideas, actually, what people need and what needs to be built, and then you just have to build it, like literally. So you come with ideation or something like yeah, so we are getting started with the first startup, which is like locality. Fuck. It's a startup. I just realized I'm starting a startup today morning. I just wanted to create a website and then it turned into a startup. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, by the way, I need to get the Adobe Express, right? I need to actually edit photos and kind of like yeah, let me just go to my downloads. What was it? This was the one, right? I can just drag and drop too. I think Canva is way better. I think you do gotta have to go through a lot of services. Now this was the thing, right? Not this one, bitch. Let's just dull this bad boy. Okay. I mean, they got really bad. Like how should I say? Like, boy, what? Ew, it's a photo editor. I can just upload, man. I mean, it's getting. Like the AI photo editor is kind of trash, honestly. Yeah, and then we have like that most popular didn't make any sense, honestly. That was like a useless thing they added, but yeah, who cares? Remove background. So let's try to remove the background. I think it's gonna remove the entire thing. Yeah, it just removes the coding. So we can have this here. Now I can just download this stuff here, like as in like I can just extract this into something big. Like so here's the thing that we are building, guys. I mean I did wanted to show you, but like yeah. So but I'm like yeah, it's alright if you don't see it actually. Like literally. So if you got this, let's just download it. Like yeah. Okay, okay, let's just click on download again. Best for images, JPG, best for smalls. Like, yeah, so we download it. So we got the image, right? And then we can just open up here and like we can edit it. Like we can edit the prompt. Like, yeah, so we can actually branch this in a new chat, right? Just fuck you. Cancel, wait a sec, booty. Branch in a new chat. So now we got this and we can remove this down section that we didn't want. It's just gonna branch it in for us. Yeah, and I can go with the Windows E, right? Okay, I'm already like here, so I can just need to drag this here. Get the Chrome setup deleted because like fuck, it's used now. Split SQR, get that deleted too for some reason. It's opening up here. No, I don't want it to. I just want untitled. I just want this bad boy. Right. So now what I'm gonna do is like I'm gonna not cut, actually I'm just gonna copy this bad boy. I'm just gonna copy this bad boy and paste it here, Control V. So what I want you to do is actually add this. Okay, what do you call a what do you call a paint box? Actually, Control V. Okay, it's not sending, so we can just copy it again and paste it. Okay, so I'm sending you an image, and what do we call this like box-like thing which has written code on it? What do you call it? Right. Packaging of Style container metal label. This bucket to the image you have just generated, and what I want you to do is actually change the font of the image that you already generated, which is like, you know, it has like on the image it's written modern color point, which is like, I don't like the font of what is written, right? And change the color of the card to red. And same goes for the text, but make it more aesthetically pleasing. I can improve this. Actually, better prompts leads to better results. This is like the workflow, right? At this point. Now it's actually building the stuff, right? It's still kind of like checking that out. So I can actually learn or read books when it's kind of doing that. If I had it another monitor, so is it, wait, what? Is it done? Can I, wait, it's done, wait, what? I did made a lot of changes, but I guess it didn't work out at the end. Damn, it generated one of the most trashiest thing I could have expected it to generate. There's still a lot that can be done on the website. So, for example, we have bookshop, we have shop owner, we have to log in, we have sign up. So we sign up for loyalty and SMS. So we got that. So if you, let's say we create a customer slash buyer, like, yeah. So this, let's say Ajay, we go with that password, and we kind of like go with this email, which is like Ajay and something like that. So we got Ajay, we got Ramesh Paint Store, so we got a garage name, so we got Ajay Painters. Right, so we could create account, email is already registered, so we got into login. You got login, so we have total spend, total money earned. So this is like no loyalty level. So we shouldn't call it loyalty level, we should call it progress level or something. Okay, and now there's a reset. So yeah, you have PS Gray, stock 10, edit it now. Stock and 10, so we have these two products, oil paint supply, and then we've got like the search option. Let's submit copy and quality matches like word of mouth. Order. So we have instant order. We can log out. We have like a customer. We've got entire portfolio. So we can actually have different dashboards for portfolio so the person can choose. So yeah, so what I want you to do is actually change the background. Yeah, change the image of the modern color point. Not the image. So what I want you to do is actually change the color of the car, make it red. Yeah, maybe that idea wasn't really that good, so I can change the entirety of it. All right. That building takes a lot of time. Prompt engineers do. This is what we prompt engineers do, man. I can't help but laugh. Okay, we are like parrots. We don't understand anything, but we understand systems. We understand different things because it's like the people who understand code doesn't understand systems. People who understand systems doesn't understand code. The power is not understanding code anymore. The power is understanding. Yeah. Like, do we still go for the name modern color point? Yeah. Let me just delete these images, like the Porsche ones that I got. At least this one. So like I can have this and change this image with the modern background. Let's go with images. Hey, not this one account. I mean, and not on this account. Let's go on images again, and let's just delete the branch that we just created. Let's delete that. Let's delete that branch too. I'll upload file. I will gonna open this upload. Where is my file? Is it this? Okay. Change the word Porsche with modern. We have like this. Wait, what the fuck is that file? Untitled. Okay, so it's untitled. And decrease the size in the image 1. And decrease the size of image 2 and put it beside the car. Make sure it's a slight detail which is to some degrees noticeable, but hardly noticeable. Somewhere close to the car or maybe in the background, but is of really small size and barely visible. Somewhat visible. Now I hope that this should generate, but I can. Okay, I needed to ask a question. I think ChatGPT is better for that. ChatGPT. I've actually got the Google One AI Pro, like the plan, which is like, yeah, Google AI Pro. Like there's Ultra, but okay, but I've got the AI Pro plan, and I've like used Gemini to actually generate a website for me, and I've been using that for about like a half an hour or something, and I generate a lot of code. I'm not gonna lie, and like more than 10,000 lines of code or something, and here's the thing, it shows that I've read the rate limit. So I think in pro plans the rate limits get refreshed, right? And sometimes, so when does that, like how fast do they get, like in 5 hours or something? Or like, could you tell me, like, yeah, how long would it take? Yeah, maybe I should go in the, no, we got settings, so we got we can have like models. So we have reached the layer limit, refreshes in 2 hours. So we refresh it in, okay, Cloud Sonnet, Cloud GPS ODS. So actually we can shift the model to Claude Sonnet, Claude LPS. Okay, it does show me the rate limits for the flash. Keep on working with what you were working. I hit the rate limit, so I had to actually shift to the different model. So yeah, go on with what you were doing. Okay, ChatGPT. So what I'm trying to do here is like I'm trying to change the model. So with Gemini 3.5, right, I hit the rate limit, right, and that would refresh in about 2 hours now. So it takes like 5 hours or something to refresh it. So I have different models, which is like Claude Sonnet 4.6 in the Google anti-gravity IDE, right? So in that I've got Claude Sonnet 4.6, Claude OPS 4.6, and GPT OSS like 120B, right? Which is like, yeah. And there's another thing, like ahead of like Gemini 3.5 Flash, there's medium written in the bracket, and Gemini 3.5 Flash, there's high written in the bracket. The same goes for all the models, like a Gemini 3.1 Pro, low, like, you know, written in front of it. And there's also Claude Sonnet 4.6 Thinking, Claude OPS 4.6 Thinking, and there's like GPT OSS 102B medium. So why is that written in front of all of them? That's one thing I want to ask. And second thing, if I change the model and keep on asking it to complete with the project, would it gonna malfunction, or is it gonna just work smoothly, right? Like, yeah, that's another question I had. So I need Google another plans. I mean, I need the premium one, man. Let's just see this works pretty efficiently. I mean, we wanted to work with the Chrome. Total spend, total saving on. Again, there's a reasoning change, which is like, yeah, so it's kind of like improving. And I also have my reasoning. So I'm not designing the backlog of the system anymore. Everything is done by the AI. I'm designing the front end of the system, like pretty much what people see, like security and everything would be done by the AIs and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be doing anything when it comes to the background. I would be only doing everything when it comes to the in front of it, right? So how do we have multiple dashboards? So like I would just like say what to do, and the AI would do it for me. So we already got locality, and we already got a business, right? So yeah, we can have multiple businesses at multiple areas doing multiple work because we have locality. So we can actually make a personal brand business where we have our businesses available on locality, right? So it's like having not just one, two, but multiple. And if you want to initiate another business, you can have that too, real quick on locality, and have a new shop, and then have the entire same infrastructures get copied and pasted, right? And then you can actually add like 5 or 10 or multiple shops. Like yeah, that's the biggest point. Yep. It's like the comeback in movies that we have. Let's see how this goes. Who knows how this would go? Like, I mean, literally has to change your loyalty level. Like, I can't have that child level loyalty level or something. So yeah, like it's fucking like what is the loyalty? Like no one wants that. I mean, it's like progress or like the tier or the discount that we have. So it's like keeps a track of it. So it becomes a gamified version of it. And then I can have like a Braille bronze tier applied to the customer profile. So yeah, things like that. And then they can compare their platform with others, and they can see, oh, we have a higher discount rate than that person or something. Yeah, or something like that. So it's like you're cutting off the market by chunks, and then you have a delivery system and and earnings is like, yeah, that's gonna get really good. I mean, there's a lot to design here. Oh my gosh. Okay, oh, like the image should have been generated. What am I even doing? I mean, I need to stand, I need to walk, so I can like change the angle, but I cannot do that. Ah, damn. Oh, you have like changed the word to Porsche modern. Wait, it didn't add. Change the word from Porsche to modern. That's all. Yeah, that's all that we have to do. So we have like that uploaded here as a background of our store. So we can have multiple store running on locality. So we can have like, and people can buy different stuff, and they can see live inventory of that stuff, right? So a lot of stuff can be run on locality. A lot of businesses can be appended to locality. Yeah. Now we can have improve the image quality, improve the image quality, and remove the Gemini logo from the image. Improve. So now it's like, yeah, we got, yeah. So we got this. We could have generated something else, but I think that soft red vibe that the modern had in it, because like, yeah, was really good and gives the aesthetic feel that we are getting professional or something. So with that is all right. Yeah. And it's generating new code. I guess if I refresh, would something would have changed or something? I don't know, but it's still generating. Yeah. This is also generating. I mean, except all. Why it's asking? I don't really like it when it asks. No, seeded. Oh, it's middle. It's a little one bigger. Are being returned by the ability. Now let's check out the flow. system and discount calculation. So yeah, that's what we are doing. Be like, okay, the higher the league, the more the discount they have. So when a company bulks in purchase, I mean, like we give them discounts. So if they are purchasing in bulk or something, that's kind of like a good tool that we got there, right? So what we can do here is like we have a better discount system going on for us because like that's actually kind of awesome. Unless like the creating image is taking time for some reason, I need to that. I think I need to have Google AI Ultra. I mean, fuck. Oh my gosh, we need to have Google AI Ultra. I mean, at one week or something, and I do need multiple monitors, not just one, not just two, but actually three or four, if not six. Right. I mean, one monitor here, I mean, at least one, and then one another here. So that would be three monitors, and then one laptop just right at the bottom, so that I could actually see what's going on with all of the stuff. Right. Right. Sounds insane, right? I mean, like, yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a lot of work to actually change the setup, but it's kind of alright. I mean, not a big deal to actually have three or four monitors. Like, yeah, because that's just how work works, right? Why it's taking so much time to create the image? Like, what the fuck are you doing, Gemini? Yeah, and we do need Google One Plan, and I do not know about Cloud Sonnet, but we can actually go with the Cloud Sonnet. So this is the walkthrough. Like, this is what it did to fetch owner dashboard. So it's like style new system class edit, system grid, customer analytic dashboard. So we have like, yeah, it's creating more and more stuff for us. Okay, what? It's done with the stuff? Wait, what? Let's just check it out. So we have like, so we have 1,000, 1 rupees, $1. So we have PS Gray, we have different stuff. I mean, we can use different SD base code, Asian paint thinner, burger printer, SD, 2K high class cover, automatic color, stock in 20. Leaders added yeah. So we have like yeah. Testimal, so we can have that. So if you go to like homepage or the locality, we can log out. We can see this thing matched automatically. We can log in, like yeah, as a customer, and this is what all of the stuff we will see. Loyalty level to the discount, but I'm not really gonna like it. So this is our website. I mean, base and yeah, stuff like that. So this is the website. So I can actually get it, but I mean, what kind of changes do I want? And then we can log out, and then we can like log in, and you're like as a as a shop owner. I mean, I do not know if I'm like should I sign up as a. We have like Ajay and we have owner.example. We can log in. Okay. We have 8,000 last week, and so this is like the owner dashboard. So like show owner last. This is run retention check. Inactive add product, tech real-time sales revenue, customer retention, and search queries. So total store revenue, it's an growth 12%. Workshopping it, 3 registered workshop, active workshops, repeat customer, store lifetime value, 3 new registration, like yeah, workshop engagement, search log analytics, take a red, convenient, non-convenient query, less demand, store category inventory. Your store category is empty, upload a paint and broadcast like yeah, something like that. Average order value, retention. Fail to fetch, okay. Sales this week, sales this month. Total sale revenue, customer retention. Likely to crunch 30 days inactive. Automatically simulate WhatsApp coupon discounts to re-engage them. So this is like the shop owner's prototype, and this is like a it's saying fail to fetch. This can be reached. Ah, okay. It's still working. I thought it wasn't working. Okay, I see. So it's still working because like the output it generated was really trash, honestly. Oh, it's fiction by itself because it's keeping track of the server. Oh, I should actually open Chrome. And I should actually pin to start. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So sign up fast food. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is here. So if we run on if we run this on web, like here, it generates the same bullshit again. Right, but that's all right. I mean, we can run this localhost here too. Control C on our edge rather than on Chrome. So Control V, and then we can like get it here. So we got this dashboard, locality, total spend. So we've got purchase order. We've got all the Discover broadcast. Remove all the products. Right, yeah, improve the search thing. So I can log out, and I can log in as a sign up as owner. Yeah, I can log in as a customer, right? So I can log in successfully, and I can sign up as a, okay, I can log in as not very correct. I can log in that, so that gives me the total lifetime, 4 new registrations, 4 registered workshop, 4 active workshops, engagement metrics. Right, so now I need to analyze this using ChatGPT, and I need to send a prompt and the image for it to understand, right? So what I want is like to have this image. Can I upload an image? I think I can. Let me just download. And let me just go to Windows. Okay. Windows Z. Let me just go to downloads and then we get downloads. So what is this? Okay, this is the image. Oh my gosh, looks really sleek and clean, right? And we have also this image. Oh my gosh, looks really sleek and clean. Once again, I would say the same thing. Let's have it Dell, like all of the nonsense going away. Right, and I can upload this PNG file into here. Like, oh yeah, so it does get copied like there, right? And then we can have a logo of the, okay. So we can have like a, we can have prompt containers and those two, and then we have packaging design inquiry. I did generate the prompt at the end, right? I did generate it. I'm sending you, okay, no. Let's delete this chat. Model settings that delete email protection and app. So this is like a new design, so I can just name it into a new like design, DESIGN design, and I can like create and add these two. Now code. I think I should add a new project. Right. Project add, which is called locality, and we can add a like a red, and we can add a, yeah, no, we can add this and this, like create project. So we have added locality, and we can move this to yeah, but not you. We can move the design to locality. We can local business. And again, local locality business model to move to locality. From generator, move to locality. Design projects, notes, bulk question, queries, contradiction. So this is like, yeah, but this is not though. And let's just delete that. Like, yeah. So we've got our new project going on for us, which is locality, right? So yeah, that's what it's going on with, I suppose. So we've also got, let's open up the website here. So we have also got the average revenue. So I want to delete all user accounts and like, yeah, login and all that. From the database. So I want you to remove all users and user information and all the product uploaded information about that from the database. I want you to remove them. and then create 2 accounts with their own Gmail password and information as a test subject. The one is a customer, the other account is someone that actually uploads, like, products, and the one customer buys the product, and another one is like selling the products. So what I want you to do is create actually not one but 5 different, no, 10 different customers, and simulate their activities and what they're doing and buying random stuff and what they're searching, simulate their activities, and then one producer, which is like, the one business owner is like able to see their activity, what they're buying, what they're seeing, and different stuff like that. So I want you to simulate that for me. So give me the one email and the password for that one user, right? And one email and password for the entire business. Yeah, so I want to see what one user can see and what one businessman is seeing, and there are different, different 10 users that are simultaneously active, but I'm not going to track every one of them, just one of them. Control C. We have prompt generators. No, not prompt generators. So we have like a business model. Like, we have design. We can actually have this, and then we can like improve this, so that we got improve prompt. So it's like, we could have like multiple checkings. So then I can check like what multiple systems are doing there, right? Because like I can know for like I can just know, right, guys? I mean, yeah, I could just know that, okay, well, what kind of connections are they making or stuff like that. For the first time in my life, I'm building something real for the first time. Yeah. Something that has enormous value. Something like, I'm first time in my entirety of my life, I'm making use of my intelligence that I've got stored for so many years. Like, I've never done that in the past. I mean, I would come up with all these ideas, but first time I'm actually, yeah, making sense of it. Feels really good. Okay, yeah, just kidding. Feels like, yeah, feels awesome. So now we can actually track what we're doing on Obsidian real quick. So what we are doing is like, okay, so here's how the systems most probably look like. You have like a common marketplace, right? So you have a common marketplace market. Okay, actually controls it. Yeah. So you have like a common marketplace. From this marketplace, like a customer can actually access all the products. So this marketplace contains all the products, and then there's like multiple businesses. So each businesses actually have like a um what do you call like a place, and so yeah, each business is added. There's a business one, there's business two, there's business three, and these businesses sign up. So they are like sign up, right? And so they sign up, and then you have customers that can look at the marketplace. So you have customers that actually sees through what's in the marketplace. All right. So you got the businesses, you got the marketplace going on where all the like stuff is there. Let me just quickly accept that. And let me just quickly do one thing. Control Wint A for my. the steps. So what you got is like marketplace, their products, and then there's like, and then you have like a bit, like these businesses have a history, like history. So like how satisfied the customers are, how bad the things are, and things how the things are going. Right. So we have that. We have that. So they, yeah. What I was thinking, my concentration just directed there for a sec. What I was saying. So yeah, you have the products. The products aren't like the products aren't coming out of the marketplace. The products are uploaded by the businesses into the marketplace. The customer can actually access the marketplace and see the real-time inventory. So it's like the marketplace is the real-time inventory. Real-time inventory. So it's the real-time inventory. So they can see the real-time inventory, which is the market, and this is like the main thing here. They can add. So now, and then we have like, on the basis of how much they buy, we have like loyalty system. So our system can track how much you're loyal to specific businesses, right? So like, yeah, which is kind of an awesome, because now we can like the customers, and on the basis of their purchase that they make at marketplaces, which links back to the loyalty system, which checks like, okay, how those loyalty systems are actually working. So actually, does it's worked as a job? Yeah, so it's worked. Goal, high value, Mohan Verma, like, yeah, 10 customers personas. They've built 10 personas. So we have like the password, so gold. So this is like Mohan, like, yeah, and the password. So like, yeah, password. Oh, demo at the rate 2420. Okay. So it's like if you log out, right? And then we logged in, not through you guys. Actually, let me just delete you guys. Okay. More password. Let me just, okay, this is actually a wrong place, because I mean, it kind of like shows the password for everything. So let's just remove that, and let's just add a, like, yeah, let's just do it on a different web, right, guys? That's kind of a save for me and you and all of us. What shall we do now? We add a, we did generate a password here. Where's the password? So we have got the email business owner, Control C, we Control V, and then we got the password, Control C and Control V, and we got login. So we log in, right? We save that. So we have total of average order 2000 Itana. This week, Itana last 7 days transaction. Sales this month, total revenue. Growth rate 12%. So we are likely to crunch 330 days inactive. Customer retention risks. Retain, so we have room. So this is like shows us likely to crunch. 10 registered workshops. Customers, new registrations. Inventory, add listing. So we can add a listing. So 10 listing. Can we add like the stock? Add a product. Add a product. Now I want to create different section for everything, right? So add like, 12 purchases, 23 liters, 19 liters, 81 liters in stock. We have 9 purchases. We can edit them. So we have like brand, Asian paints category, hard, nurse, stock, and liters. And like, yeah, so we have liters, length, cans, and then we have like average description, and then we have a product image. So Asian, yeah, our activator. So we have this. We have like a BOGO. So we've got like a bear, like, yeah. And then we've got average, the sales this week, and sales this month. So we've got the total store revenue. Right. Now, do I want you to generate a graph, and what kind of graph? So workshop engagement metrics. Documentation triggers, so there's so many different commands. So it's already integrating API. That's like, yeah, so we have customer retention spike. So decrease the size of a customer retention spike and make it smaller somewhere, hide in the background. Then we have workshop engagement metrics, registered workshops. Hey, actually, what I want you to do is tell me, what does workshop engagement metrics tracks? So there's registered workshop, active workshop, repeat customers, like new registration, and customer lifetime value. So what does it do? And what does it track? So Yeah, we need to improve analytics, right? We need to improve analytics dashboard. And we can, let's, how about we kind of like copy paste this thing here. How about we copy this response? Okay. Yeah, let's just copy paste this if it's copyable. Control C, let's just go to Obsidian and let's just go to the, yeah, here, and let's just create a, so we got basic structures, and let's just, okay, the good part about Obsidian is just converts the table, and then we have customers and risk crunch. So we have Control C, we have Control V, right? And then we have like this, and this kind of like makes the thing easier for us. Actually, it doesn't. So let's just try to control all of that. Control C, and then we have like Control V, right? And yeah, so we have all this. So 10 customers personas. We've actually built something good here. The workshop is just a UI label, so register workshop total customers. Actually, this is far much more important than that. So I think I should have like engagement workshop, register workshop count as total customers from customers. A simple count of every account that is ever registered as a customer on the platform, regardless of whether they bought anything or search or are still active. So rather than a registered workshop, we could change that to active workshop. Ever logged a place in the last 30 days. Repeat customers. What are customers whose repeat purchase like is greater than 0? So yeah, new registration. What is considered like created in the last 30 days. How many new workshop painters have signed up this month? Create owners dashboard. So how do owners of a website, some metrics as an owner I want to keep track of a website. So how does an owner achieve that? We need to ask ChatGPT for that advice, right? So we need to create another okay, actually we need to open ChatGPT again, and then we need to kind of like yeah, I'm gonna work on that real quick, but I need to open locality first. Yeah. So how do they keep? This is so fucking fun. I can do this for the rest of my life. This and gym and like everything that I'm doing. Like yeah, the healthy food that I eat. Now I need to get some of eggs, and after that I need to go for the lunch. Yeah, this is what we're supposed to do today. I mean, I've did have created a YouTube channel, but yeah, it would be hard to upload on that. Now I'm actually working. Simple database. I can just add database for now on Obsidian, and what I can do is like, you're gonna do this in the entire afternoon. So yeah, Control C, and then we can have a backspace and simple database. So we have got a simple database, right? And yeah, I'm not gonna show my dad the results right now, like because like the workshop I'm working for is my dad right now. I'm gonna show him in a week, and I'm gonna like create expectations, and then I needed multiple monitors or something to make him effectively buy something for me. Damn, that's how you extract value out of an adult, huh? So, and then I'll ask him to buy 2 new monitors for him, so, for me. So it's like at one point, yeah. So that yeah, and I do need to another questions. We have like another question that we need to do. So what is it? The question was that how do we actually track things that no one can track or see? Is like, do you create a super account, create a super account or something? Like yeah, so that's another thing that we have to do. We'll check that out. And how do companies do it? How do big companies do it? So it's like there's 3. So now we have 3 systems. Like so now, if you go back again, so there's 3 dashboards. So there's like the first dashboard that we have is like the first dashboard that we have is like the first one is like the user dashboard. So we have user. So this is the user dashboard. So we need to create three dashboards. So we have like a user dashboard, and then we have like a, which are not connected, and then we have another like a business dashboard, and then we have like the owner's dashboard. So it's like every business in it is like have something, but owners have access to some specific things. So business have access to something, and the owners, so owners have access to how business are performing, and the person in the business doesn't have much access. They have access to user and who's actually buying the stuff, but there's only thing that owners can access. So it's like this is the only thing I or my dad can have an access to, but as for the rest, they cannot have access to it, right? And then we can have like a local we can have like a local retain systems, so we can have like a how local logistics work. So we have like how local. So I need to actually create a local logistics systems for the businesses, right? Which kind of makes, and like a QR scanner, like QR scanner for everything like that we have, or like that's the transition layer. We are not gonna go work on that. So like a logistic system. So now what does logistics system do? Is allows us to systems to have a better. So that's something. But first, let's create dashboards. Like dashboards. Like yeah, let's create dashboards. Dashboards. And we're not going to change locality at all. We're just going to change the businesses that you can access. So we're going to get user dashboard where they can see products. So let's go with the user dashboards real quick. So the users will, so there's a user dashboard. So user dashboard would see products, businesses that are available, businesses. And then they can see like the matrix. Control Shift X. So there's metrics. They can see these three things, right? The business dashboard would see something else. So we can have a business dashboards right about here. So businesses can see a lot of stuff too. So they are like, they can see like so what they can see is like, they can add product, which is add product. So they can add product. They can track products. So they can see, oh, product performance. They can see product performance. But we can see business performance, and they can see too performance. So they can see business performance, like product, how product is performing. So how many people are buying it, how many people like buy it at one time and stop buying it. So it's like not likely, yeah. So it's like, yeah. So there's like how a workshop engagement metrics. I need to actually remove that. So we have, I need you to actually remove workshop engagement metrics. Yeah. So we can save. It's like that. So first of all, we need when question answered. It's like how do big business does it. So we need a product performance, and then we have like customer retention. Like so we have like a customer retention. Like customer retention, and then we have like a this month sale this week, average order value. But I think there were some metrics that ChatGPT told us that we need to keep track of those metrics specifically, not the other metrics, so we can have like a fun with them. So fuck you for a sec. Fuck you for a sec too. Fuck you for a sec too. Fuck you for a sec too. Fuck everything for a sec. We can have this, and then we have in locality, we have like a locality business model. So we have like a keep track of like what do we keep track of is like if I go up or no, that's not it. I mean, where is it? No, not this. There was this one oh my gosh, don't tell me I lost it. Okay, maybe it was in design. Maybe it was in design. Yeah. Yeah, it's in design. Yeah. So yeah, okay, there it is, my friend. So I do need 2 monitors. Yeah, so that we can actually have an understanding of what we're doing here. Oh my gosh. Maybe I should eat some eggs in the afternoon, man. I do need to get that protein in for my diet, I suppose. This is not exactly how you should act on a camera, but I mean, this is my life right now. To build businesses and do physical some exercise and read books. These 3 things would be I will be sustaining for. Like I don't know about YouTube anymore. Oh, I still got 2 views. I didn't realize. Oh, did someone we have chat? Don't tell me, did someone? Okay, I got the views, but no one actually opened up the chat, so no one was like, yeah, said anything to the live chat. So that is kind of all right. I mean, I've been streaming for a lot of days right now, so I think we start to have some views. That means YouTube is recommending it finally to some people, which is kind of all right. Even if it doesn't, like, yeah, who like, yeah, who cares? I'm working. I've worked for years, even if no one watches the stuff. But let's get back to topic, which is I mean, what I did is like I got some social feedback too, which is kind of like making it easier for me to actually build. So we've got business. I mean, I do need to ask ChatGPT something, but before I ask that, I do need to actually get the idea of how the tool. So you can see it here, right? I mean, if I minimize this bit, boy, like you can see it here. So we have like a what do we want is like we want to keep tracks of metrics like money saved. You have saved itna money in model. So this is like one customer metrics people love. So if I just log out of and if I just log in as a, or not as an owner, but as a, let me just open my Obsidian notes and let me just get this. I do need multiple monitors. I'm just fucked. I do need a lot of more monitors. Trust me, I do need monitors at this point. I mean, monitors is the biggest threshold because like when you're working on with so many different stuff simultaneously, like you're designing stuff, you're actually planning what to do, what not to do. You are actually have an AI working on one screen that you must constantly see and accept reviews and see what it's trying to do. And then on one page you have website. I mean, I do need 4 monitors. I'm not kidding at this point. Like, I'm really, really not kidding. Oh, that would boost my product. Just one more monitor would boost my productivity by leaps and bounds. Trust me. Yeah. So at one page you can have Obsidian notes. At one page you can have like the coding work. At one page you can have AI. At one page, or at one screen, not page. But at one screen you can have like the stream or the website going on simultaneously. That's a lot of screens. I can literally imagine 6 screens in front of my eyes, and I will like somehow find a way to use all of them. Literally 6 screens. I mean, I guess at some point like the need for screen explodes, I suppose, and then I need to buy a hub that connects all those 6 screens. Oh man, and then I need to buy another of that. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be all right though. But yeah, you have same 1,843 modern color points reward. So yeah, we have that. We have like a silver, so we have like a league, that kind of like a loyalty system that people can see. So we can also need that, and then we had different matrix, like for us. So we need to actually design different dashboards for everyone, right? So that's what we have to do. And let me just log in as anyone, like literally as anyone. So we have simple database here. In that simple database, I did got a okay. So I have Mohan AutoWorks. So customer. So Mohan AutoWorks.in, not .com but .in. Okay, I don't see where that come from. And then we have demo password that the owner had, and then we log in. Goal is max. You have reached the max. You're reaching the maximum discount. The goals here: 10% your loyalty level, 12 purchases, money spent, 3 earnings, 3 total saving earned. Yeah, completed. 29 May, right? Itna May. So we have that. 10% flat discount automatically. Roller, and then we have orders, and now you can see at orders. So I think we need to separate the dashboards with the marketplace with the yeah, and currently it's using one image from the database. I can add actually more images to the database of the products, and then it can like simultaneously organize that for us. But yeah, yeah, it can buy a lot of stuff. Order paints and supplies. Discover podcast, primers and thinners in real time stock. Yeah, we have real time stock here. So I do need a lot of upgrades going on. We need to create multiple different dashboards for multiple different stuff, right? So let's keep on with the dashboard design that we're going on with. So we need app products, product performance, and customer, so like different pages rather than, so it's like they can select between, so like products, business, and matrix. And then we can have so modern color point is just a business, right? So we log out and we sign up as a, not sign up actually, we can log in as the owner or something, like, yeah, so we log in and then we have like a modern color point, so that is our business. It shows like the real-time matrix for the businesses too, right? So if I log out and log in as not as that but as Mohan, clear code SD, brand SD category, clear code, description, right? So the brand, the retail shop that it's selling at, so the supplier, products and what products are like so which products belong to which companies matrix, right? You can actually move workshop engagement matrix. And what I want you to do is create a user dashboard. So first of all, user do have a dashboard, but like, yeah, they should have multiple tabs. So where they can see all the available businesses that are there with their names, right? And they can have products, and products like each business that actually has its product can actually see, each user can see which businesses or which like the retail shop, or which outlets is actually selling what products, right? So we have matrix. So what was the matrix again? So we were like tracking the users, right? And the businesses can add products. So businesses have just one dashboard where there's everything into the single. The same goes for the user. So I don't want everything to be on a single page. I want everything to be like, as you log in as a user, there would be multiple tabs you can actually shift to actually see product, like, products and the businesses that are available and how much you bought and how much savings you had. So at one page you would have products, and another page you would have businesses, like, available businesses. On the third page, like, you can have matrix. On those matrices, it would actually tell us what you like, all the things you've achieved. So at the start, it would show the total savings you had, and then it would show like the total money you've spent. Like the total savings should be in red or something like beautiful color, so that shows or highlights its importance. And then the total purchases you've made and which businesses you have made the total purchases to. And then it should also change the line from your loyalty level to something else, which actually influences the user to think that they are not loyal, but they are progressing like a game. Your progression level or your discipline level or your consistency or something, because like gold tier actually gives like, we have this loyalty level, but I don't want it to be a loyalty system. I want it to be more like a progression system where the more purchases you make, the more discount you get or something like that over time. So if you are associated with any businesses, the more you're associated with some businesses, the more discount you'll get on those businesses. Businesses. Any product of those businesses, the more discount you'll get on those businesses products. So you'll have, so each out of every like, out of the three, like on the business dashboard, like, under the user dashboard, you'll have like, let's say you have three business or maybe just one business, and there would be like a star. So they like, they're multiple tiers, like, bronze, silver, and gold. So if you're at bronze, there would be a bronze star or something, and then a silver star, or maybe a silver badge, or maybe a gold star or a badge or something. So that's like a progression level you have. And then what I want you to create is a user profile at somewhere in the corner at the top, right? So like, yeah, so you have three tabs which have like matrix, products, and businesses, and then you have like a user profile where user can see like what they're doing, or like their profile picture and their stuff, and like, how much products, like, where they can actually, change some like, like information they've uploaded on the software, like, on the website. And also they can actually change the light mode to dark mode the website, and they can actually like some basic settings, like, yeah, they should have access to that. And then what I want you to do is work with the businesses too. So like businesses have also three tabs, which is like app, product performance tab, which actually allows them to tag the performance of any product they select, right? And then another tab which talks about customer retention, right? And then another tab which talks about their matrix, how much money they earn, how much returning customers they had, customers, not a. I want you to change the workshop, like, workshop engagement metrics to the customer engagement metrics, which tells how many customers have bought the stuff and how many of the customers are returning, how many and which customers, like their username and their phone number and their email ID. Like, yeah, the business owner would have like in the customer retention matrix or something, they could actually see which customer is like, buying the most stuff and how much stuff they have bought is worth it, like, at what price and like, and how much they're buying it and different stuff like that. And they can also see customer lifetime value and how many new customers they had and how many old customers are not returning, which we call customer retention graph or something. Let's improve it using a prompt. Yeah, this is a major request. So we have multiple system design. Damn. Like, yeah, let's just hope it works out. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys, from washroom and eating something. Kinda hungry. Well, we went AFK for a long, long time. Let me just see on how long did I went for AFK. Well, yeah, we went for about AFK of well, mm, okay. For about 1 hour. Like yeah, we went for an AFK for about 1 hour 13 minutes, which is bad. Well, but yeah, it's all right. So now we're back, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, I think I got connected my headphones unnecessarily to the system. Right now, purchase more AI credits. Okay, purchase credits. So I just want to see how much credits cost. Generally, how much? Okay, so 2,500 credits cost about 2,000, 5,000 credits, 400, and 20,000 credits. So we okay. But how long do these 2,500 credits last? That's the real question, right? But then again, I went downstairs for this. Not for this. I didn't went downstairs for this. I mean, I went like a. Okay, so how do you connect AI integration locally? Yeah, that's one thing. What business is about positioning? These were the two things notes that I took downstairs. So we're gonna do some research on that actually. So yeah, you can see the screen, ladies and gentlemen. I think my user settings, like I can see the models, and I think okay, refreshes in 8 minutes. So it gets refreshes in 8 minutes. It will take 48 minutes for it to refresh. So yeah, they this refreshes in 8 minutes. But I want to know like how 2,500 air credits last, how much long. So let's first also get that. So we need to get our ChatGPT going on the table, right? So ChatGPT, how long can you last or code with 2,500 credits, given by like Google Gemini, like yeah. So like when I'm using anti-gravity, and if I buy a credit worth of 2,000, like one credit worth is 1 rupees or something. So if I buy 2,500 credits, that's cost somewhere about 2,500 rupees. So I want to look how long would those credits will last, and how long can I code with those credits? A rough approximate, right? So it's gonna give us an approximation. Yeah. Pays more, many complex sounds, but more results. Oh, I see. Windsurf, Cursor, AI Studio, Gemini, and the answer change a lot depending on the tool. Which is well, I would be using anti-gravity IDE. Yeah, that would what would I would be using. Yeah, so I did actually give right prompt. So I mean, hey, now it should show. It should refresh in. What? Well, so refreshes in 5 minutes. Right. So until then, like I got one thing answered. So man, I would be coding heavily. So I mean, if I take the Google AI Plus plan, how much that would efficient for me, right? So for example, if I took like if I try to write codes and if I go to plans, right? Anti-gravity plus plan. Ultra. I need Google AI Ultra, not 4x users limit, but 20x more limit in Gemini than Pro Plan. Oh my gosh, 20x. Do you even know what 20x is? I think I need 10x somewhere to call recursively. No, I need 20x. Yep, I need 20x. Fuck. Now that is a lot of capital. Fuck. Okay, 20x is a lot of capital, guys. 20x is a lot of capital. I can't afford that much, honestly. So yeah, so we got one thing done, but I mean, trust me, I won't be able to afford 20x. That's just kind of too much, honestly. So let me just log out, right? Mm-hmm. There were other questions that I wanted to ask. How do you connect AI integration locally? Yeah. I can actually delete this since I do not need this chat anymore. By the way, how does AI integration happen? So if I just add Gemini to integrate an AI into a system and like any AI, like I know all the AIs are not available locally on your computer, but I can ask to kind of like because I use the anti-gravity to automate the coding. So it's like I can just ask to add an AI that kind of like checks and asks question, not create an AI, but add an existing good model of an AI which is available for free, right? Because I want to integrate AI into the system that I may design in the future to do certain specific stuff. Google is trying their best to lead the AI industry. They are fucking pouring in all the money. Trust me, Google is trying to be the next giga chat of AI industry. I can bet my entire lifetime worth of like a money on the shit that Google is trying its fucking best to own the AI industry. Trust me, man. Google is trying to outcompete everyone. They want to be the next big thing when it comes to AI tech or something like that. Not OpenAI. And I think they are doing a pretty good job. I won't say they're winning at it. I won't say they're dominating at it, but I'll definitely say that they're definitely not losing, and they definitely do have an edge that other companies just do not have. Right. So can you not open it like that? Okay, I cannot. Wait, what? Yeah. So we did ask for a major request. I think, yeah, so I can actually get that really easily. Data first, AI second. Without data, there is nothing meaningful to reason. So I think this was that easy, right? Now what I has, how do you connect what business works? Positioning works more, but that is something I'll work on later. So we did got explain what AI integration does. I think our rate limits are back. I suppose entering user settings, we get to models. Yeah, they refreshes in 5 hours. That's a lot of time, right? Maybe I could integrate a codex here. Like I can buy an extension. I can say like a codex, and then I can buy the premium of codex too for 2,000. So that's like 4,000. Codex resource, codex. Say they don't have codex into here. Microsoft Edge tools. Maybe I should just remove Microsoft Edge tools. No one's gonna use that. Extensions, Remote Explorer, Run and Debug, Source Control, Code Search. I'm never gonna mess with any of these because I do not know coding at all at this point. Because it's using JavaScript, HTML style, and then it's used database, and then you use packages, JSON, and it's kind of like doing a node modules, and I've created like so many. Oh my gosh, stuff. It's just like Vitaline, JS, Unipipe, JS. I think a lot of things is done in HTML, JavaScript, and C++. I think if you know that, you'll actually dominate the front end, I suppose. Yep, you dominate the front end, trust me. So yeah, that's kind of like, yeah. So let's get back. Continue doing what you were doing. The rate limits are off now. We have to stop because of rate limits, but now they're lifted. So continue doing what you were doing. Now it's gonna continue doing what it was doing. So this was the wait. This didn't created implementation.md. It did create it. I will. Ah, man, it's computing. Ah, it's burning unnecessary compute again. Damn, I don't want it to do that, man. This thing is expensive. Oh my gosh, no. Ah, no. Ah, fuck. Ah, no, actually, it's not that stupid. Like, send the users in good business name, business. Yeah. Building detailed tabs, build business profile, yield tab update, fetch consumer desktop to populate data across three tabs, and tab for profile. To handle dynamic discount values correctly. Yeah, modify, accept, accept all. Okay, accept all. I see. Yeah, I did accept. So it's like proceed. Do I proceed? I mean, so like I think I shouldn't be dumb enough to not hold context in defending. Yeah, I think, and I do not have to it will do things by itself. Honestly, yeah, I do need 20 times to compute. Ah, where why specs user has profile customers search logs, testimonials, communication logs, orders, order item pro in here. It did create an ER diagram by itself. Oh man, it's actually building a really good thing. I mean, like, trust me, it's actually superior to what we built. Your savings, you total all the place, loyalty, upgrade. Dashboard, admin view, total customers. This month, itna weekly, itna. So, oh my gosh. It's like it's already created a spec, testimonial system proof. Man, this works so much faster than a human could ever function. Not a human, but a team. It's not about coding anymore. It's about, oh my gosh, what value do you generate with it? It's about creating businesses or platforms online that allows the people to achieve what they want to achieve. There's no way you can even come close to the shit. I mean, yeah, with years of programming, you can. I'm not gonna deny. I'm not gonna deny. I'm not on the like. Yeah, with years of programming, you could achieve something close to what they've achieved, and but it will take you 5 years to do what the shit or bitch is doing right now here in front of my eyes. Damn. Just look at it. Just look at it. I bet this will take years, so much complexity, so much of that, and you can just invest so much of that complexity into reading books and actually understanding concepts that matters, and then applying those concepts onto the code and building systems that have feedback loops and trade. Like we were reading feedback loops on my other channel, if you know that. So we did build it something, and it took our messy inputs and created a raw reasoning out of it because AI does way better reasoning when it's get efficient, and humans have a messy reasoning with messy neurons and something like that. So, and if we forget real quick, I mean, memory is really important, I guess. Okay, so now it's gonna keep on working with what it's working. And we did actually create a lot of tasks for it. So if you go to task, I mean, okay, it still haven't got anything booked done. Listed two tasks, print in, like, yeah, but oh my gosh, like you can see seeding environment, C demo, index HTML, UX. Oh my gosh, there's so much work for it to do, man. It must be throwing. So this is like the complete database schema in Prostic SQL. So they used Prostic SQL or something, whatever they call that. So this is like the data schema that they had. I do not understand shit about the entity relationship. I do not know what that is and how that functions, but I bet that will take years of probing, if not coding, to actually understand all of this stuff. Like, yeah, years upon years of hard work and understanding to actually get through all this stuff, and AI just does it. So the future of code is natural language. Whoever said it right. Yeah. Implementation plan. So I did proceeded with that Analyze.js. Now it's actually using a lot of compute, and that's kind of scary because when you are really poor, you do not want the compute to be wasted unnecessarily, right? I mean, creating systems that doesn't have much value. But what I did find out is that, okay, I'm getting fat these days. I'm getting fat, maybe because I didn't went to gym. But yeah, man. Actually, it keeps on working on changes. It's just that at the end of the day, you still have to accept. So it did this many changes in app.js. If I just accept that, like, yeah. And if I just accept that, right. So it's just, yeah, it is making changes to my website. I'm just going to open that website in Chrome for some reason. Simple automated paint, mash locally. So this is your login. This is your sign up. Like phone number for loyalty and SMS. Like I do wanted to remove that for loyalty and SMS. That's something that only I need to do. And then I need to actually create a user dashboard by myself or something. Is it kind of like activating? Oh, it's continue. No thanks, but yeah. I could actually use it if it wants. My gosh, it's actually building it by itself. Mm-hmm. Mash locally. So this is like, this is not what locality is. I mean, the description of the company is kind of long because all your local shops at your footstep or something, all the premium businesses or something at your footstep, so that we can expand it into like multiple businesses or something like that. So yeah, different delivery sources for multiple systems. Ah, it made a basic error. Oh, it takes screenshot automatically and see how quickly are we burning tokens. See, that's why we need 20 times the rate limit. We need 20 times the rate limit. Oh my gosh. Like 4,000 is not nearly enough. Like 4,000 is not really enough. Like, okay, not 4,000. How many credits do we have? And these credits refreshes in every 5 hours. So, I mean, I cannot code the entire day. And the times, I mean, they do not add up. So, for example, a day refreshes in 5 hours, but the problem is, let's say if tomorrow morning I start, they do not add up or something, which is another problem. So I can like run to this really fast, really, really fast. Oh my gosh. We did ask you to design, but yeah, we can, it's like we do design alternatively. So it's not a, yeah, we do need to actually find out how do they keep track. This was something I need to follow too. Right now, let's do that. Let's just close this. Let's just add a new chat on ChatGPT and let's ask like how do. Okay, ChatGPT, if I want to create a dashboard for myself, how do I do it? Okay, charger buddy. It's ChatGPT. 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 If I want to create a dashboard for myself, how do I do it? Like for example, I have this website and I want to track some matrix and some kind of like signals from that to like to extract data and to know how businesses are performing, how consumers or customers are performing, right? So I cannot have a dashboard there because like the dashboard on the website would be just for consumers and producers. So it's like, you know, the customers and the businessmen. So that's the like they have the information, right? I mean, like I want like they have their own dashboard, so I cannot add this another dashboard. So how do programmers do it? Do they create a local dashboard or something which they can only access, or do they create some sort of a special login? If you do that kind of login, it gives you another access to the like. Well, how do they keep track of certain things on their own software? Like, yeah, I want to know that. Yeah, so we are gonna append analytics because like ChatGPT told me that there's something called analytics or something like that, which allows us to append. And I think we do need 20 times the rate limit. Oh, we have categories and we have like a search engine working optimally. Oh my gosh, Mo and Verma. We have now businesses, and now we have product progress and tiers, and then we have profile. Oh my gosh, it's doing pretty awesome. Like, yeah. And what they designed is was really ugly. Like, I still remember this design that my dad just showed about they generated with an AI, and trust me, it was one of the most ugliest design I'd ever seen. Like, yeah. Yeah, so they can have like a higher rate, which gives a 10% off or something. But that's only if like other people are not ordering at all, and that's kind of like not possible. Trust me. So we like, yeah. I mean, okay, but what did we? Okay, how do you connect Google Analytics?
Have you recently installed Google Analytics because someone's told you that you need that to help grow your Shopify store? but you log in and you have absolutely zero idea of what's going on and what all the numbers mean. Or even worse, you've upgraded to Google Analytics 4. You sort of knew a little bit about Universal Analytics, but GA4 is just a whole new world. Well, luckily for you, over the last 6 months, I've been using GA4 every single day on my Shopify stores. So I've got a really awesome understanding on how you're going to use it to grow your store. And I want to take you through how I'm using it every day so that
It's
you can
burning
hopefully get some
compute
tips
like
and
water.
tricks. And
Again, it's burning compute like water. I mean, I could either go with 2 different subscription, and both of those subscription with different accounts works on the same project, right? Or I can go with the premium one and like get the juicy stuff because it's 20 times the rate limit. That means like if it takes half an hour, just multiply that by 20 times. Like okay, for example, this is already 4 times, so 4 5 is a 20, right? So it's 5 times this thing, right? So if it works for 1 hour, then that works for 5 hours. That's insanely high when it comes to credits there. So we do need that. I mean, and we have tasks. I mean, what the hell? It's not showing any tasks. Oh, that's improved. I don't know what's happening. But it still actually ended up did created a lot of good stuff. So, like, yeah, it's customer reviews. Yeah, it's actually creating like a very good version of locality. So I think locality only appears at the top. Like, first of all, it appears like the name of the business or something. So that's also kind of awesome.
use it to help grow your e-commerce business. So we're going to look over my shoulder. We're going to jump into my Google Analytics. Okay, but it doesn't really give us much information. So we need to dig a little bit deeper. So over on the left, we've got reports, we've got explore, we've got advertising. Now the area you're going to want to play with today from a basic level is reports. So let's click into that. Now reports is broken down into a couple of different sections. You'll see one here which is called lifecycle. You may see one that's called business objectives, or you may see something else. Now we can actually customize.
But I can just create my own metrics and keep track of them because that is the only metrics that matters. Right, I can just fuck you. Then we can iterate. We can give businesses. We can shape businesses that allows the user to actually retain. Oh my gosh! So like, what we can do is we can provide data to businesses or companies or something like that. So what that does is it pretty much allows these businesses to, yeah, we shape businesses pretty much. That's what we mean. So from shaping businesses, it's like we give information for businesses to iterate themselves. So like we give AI reviews to them. For example, it says like track signals, right? This is exactly what I given in the prompt that I need to track signals. So business hasn't logged in for 30 days. Product has 0 views after 2 weeks. User search for something unavailable. Area has many consumers but few businesses. Businesses receive views but no calls. These signals are far more valuable than the numbers because they reveal where the growth, opportunity, and failures are hiding, right? Yeah, so we can get customer reviews. We can create, okay, what works in the market in this industry from this customer reviews. We can give those reviews to another business. That means we can make business compete harder and make customer stick to the platform and get value because we are shaping the business and their perspective according to the business itself. So they can be dumb fucks, but as long as they're on the business or as long as they're on the platform, we can make them smarter, even if they are dumb fucks. That's how fucking good the system should be, right? So we should actually not just get ourselves signals, but we should give them signals that allows them to iterate onto their business, which and that iteration in the right direction allows the more users to stick and can't stop using locality or something like that. Yeah, that's actually kind of awesome now that I think about it. Yeah, we do need that. Oh my gosh, we do need that, man. That is something such an important thing now that I think about it. One of the most important things. I want to really sleep really hard, but yeah, I'll sleep early tonight. Mm-hmm. Let's see how this works. Let's build it and give it a shot. So you can also buy shops. Can you do that? I mean, can we also buy shops? Like you can initiate a stop and sell it to someone else or something. And then from our earnings, if we would actually spend money from our earnings to make user sticks, because if we are earning, let's say, in billions, if not millions, then what we can do is actually kind of like lay off the amount of money that these people have. So we are giving them discount. That's like how 10 rupees discounts are given to a lot of people and for the from the big companies, right? But those things are hardly sustainable. So we have to think in terms of sustainability, if they are sustainable, and if we have a quota where like the more the users and the more they use, they have like a higher leaks or something, and then we can definitely give them discounts or something. But yeah, let's just see. So, oh yeah, we can have a recursive amplifying system. So the more you buy, the more discount you get because the more profit we got from you, right? So it's like if a customer have like a 10% off or something, we give it from our pocket because that customer have bought a lot of stuff in the past. So if you've earned a lot from that customer, and that earning allowed us to lay off their money. So it's kind of like, okay, you buy something worth of 10,000 rupees and I'll give you this kind of like 500 because I've earned 10,000 rupees from you. So giving you 500 back doesn't hurt. And when it comes to gold, we can actually do that all the time, right? That is kind of awesome, right? So we take the money from them and just return some part of it back to them again and again. That's what we do a lot of time. Damn. And then we create a system. Okay, so we can actually create a part where we create another data. So we create control Z. Actually, let's just do it. All right, and control. We take their like how much money. So we take money spent. Okay, it's really hard to get used to this shit, honestly. So we take money spent. Oh, so that's how you hold it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, so we have money spent. So we have so money spent. So we're gonna keep track of this. We're gonna keep track of this metric and we're giving it a track. Okay, how much money? And so 10% of that. Okay. I see. Yeah, man, there's a loan income, 10% of that would be given back. Right, so 10% of that would be given back. Then you have the gold. So it's like so we generate money from you, GO. But that's only if we generate enough money. So it's like how much it's like we would return you back. So it's like gold, but we start with like a 5%. Okay, like yeah, the computer is lagging. That's why it's lagging. And then we start with 2%. So 2% because they've like yeah, and so how much of earning can we like, it's a 10%, so 10% returns on their spending. Yeah, so it's like 10% return on their spending. So how much did they spend? And we give on the basis of that, we give 2%, 5%, 10%, but that's on the basis of how much we earn from them. And we return a very small amount of back to them. So what we are pretty much doing here is like we are returning them what they gave us or something. So that's what we're doing. Like we are just returning. So we like, yeah, let's just add that as a like, yeah. So how do you create it? Return them back some of their money again and again. I think we've already burned through majority of our late remits, but I bet we've already passed through 50%, right? We've already passed through the 50% in just about 40. Like it starts at 5 hours, right? So we are like there. We have been just doing this for half an hour. That's literally it. In half an hour we got this. So in half an hour we got probably the rest. So in 1 hour we burned. So we need 5 times more refreshes in 5. That's why we need the premium. Exactly works in my way. And they generate in 5 hours, which I pretty much cannot get. So we have to stop our work today here. So I can create a to-do list, create a system that actually sends them their money back or something. But yeah, we already got this, and we'll just keep on adding more to this, like more to-do things to do. But right now, I just want to ask ChatGPT something. It's like, okay, from Informative Edge. ChatGPT, could you give me one of the most asymmetric YouTube videos that tell me about how business works and what business should you create, and like, yeah, where the money lies and how, like, you know, especially about money and businesses, like something related to that, which gives asymmetric predictive power over markets and what to do and what not to do in markets and where the money lies and where there's just stupidity and network effects and money capital, everything. Like, you know, a YouTube video that gives asymmetric information, right? I'm really unfiltered at this point on cameras. Like, I'm rarely unfiltered. Also, the competition is for losers. Okay. Mm-hmm. In office software, okay. NVIDIA and AI chips. Making money because they work hard. They're making money because they occupy a strategic position. The idea that gives predictable. Most people look at products, distribution, network effects, switching costs, economics of scales, regulatory words, brand. In other words, where is the moat? This principle alone explains why struggle commodities business suffers, software companies becomes gigantic. The more information, okay. Is equity, capital, code, media, and fixed assets that scaled. Beats effort. One line of code can serve millions. Yeah, scalability. So if it doesn't serve millions, then fucking chip it out. So what kind of systems can you create that serve millions? Network effects create kins. WhatsApp become more valuable as users join. Distribution often matters more than the product. A mediocre product with a great distribution often beats a great party. No, it sees capital compound. So not selling average. Capital compounds. More money allows you to create more value, which allows you to gain more money. You have distribution, you have capital, you have network effects. Network effects are king. Network effects are also kings. Yeah, man. You need a lot of network and distributions, right? For example, YouTube actually scopes or increases a lot of your network effects, and like yeah, so it creates a good reputation online too if you're planning in that way. Scale beats efforts. That's kind of true too. Build-tail computation is for.
Today's speaker. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for having me. I sort of have a single idée fixe that I'm completely obsessed with in on the business side, which is that if you're starting a company, if you're the founder, entrepreneur starting a company, you always want to aim for monopoly, and and you want to always avoid competition, and so hence competition is for losers. Something we'll be talking about today. I'd like to.
Teach people how to build a monopoly. Last mover advantage. Last mover advantage. So last mover advantage. The later you move, the more the data other people have actually collected before you, so you can use that data to actually pivot your action in such a way that leads to more profit in a long period of time. Fuck you. Yeah, that's exactly true. History of innovation, psychology of competition.
PayPal and Palantir and Founders Fund, and has invested in most of the tech companies in
let me
Silicon
just
Valley.
actually.
And he's going to talk about strategy and competition. Thank you for coming.
Also, we have Sam Altman here doing some stuff, I suppose. But let me just. Can you guys get the desktop audio? Let me just see.
I'd like to start by saying something about the basic idea of when you start one of these companies, how you go about creating value. And there's this question: what makes a business valuable? And I want to. Awesome, thanks, Sam. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for having me. I sort of have a single idée fixe that I'm completely obsessed with in just that there's basically on the business side, which is that if you're starting a company, if you're the founder, entrepreneur starting a company, you always want to aim for monopoly, and you want to always avoid competition, and so hence competition is for losers. Something we'll be talking about today. I'd like to start by saying something about the basic idea of when you start one of these companies.
Let's just see, capture value. Okay.
The basic idea of when you start one of these companies, how you go about creating value. And there's this question: what makes a business valuable? And I want to suggest that there's basically
how much value do you create, but how much market has that value in percentage, and how much you know. X and Y are independent variables. Okay, you can solve a lot of problems, but if those problems doesn't reach the market, that means it doesn't solve problems for millions, so you never scale.
Very simple formula that you have a valuable company if two things are true. Number one, that it creates X dollars of value for the world, and number two, that you capture Y% of X. And the critical thing that I think people always miss in this sort of analysis is that X and Y are completely independent variables. And so X can be very big, Y can be very small, X can be of intermediate size, and if Y is reasonably big, you can still get a very big business. So to create a valuable company, you have to basically both create something of value and capture some fraction of the value of what you've created. And sort of just to illustrate this as a contrast, if you sort of compare the U.S. airline industry with a company like Google on search, if you sort of measure by the size of these industries, you could say that airlines are still more important than search. If you just measure it, say, by revenues, it was 195 billion in domestic revenues in 2012. Google had just north of 50 billion, and certainly
sort of on some intuitive level, if you said, if you were given a choice and said, well, do you want to get rid of all air travel, or do you want to get rid of your ability to use search engines? The intuition would be that air travel is something that's more important than search. And this is, of course, just the domestic numbers. If you looked at this globally, airlines are much, much bigger than search or than Google is. But the profit margins are quite a bit less. They were marginally profitable in 2012. I think the entire 100-year history of the airline industry, the cumulative profits in the US have been approximately zero. Companies make money, they episodically go bankrupt, they get recapitalized, and you sort of cycle and repeat. And this is reflected in the combined market capitalization of the airline industries, maybe something of the US airline industry, something like a quarter that of Google. So you have a search engine, much, much smaller than air travel, but much more valuable. And I think this reflects these very different valuations on X and Y. So, valuations on X and Y.
So total Y is Itana, and total Y is Itana. Revenue, the profit margin is Itana. Profit margin is really high, but because the global value they generate and capture is high.
If we look at perfect competition, there are there's some pros and cons to the world of perfect competition. On a high level, it's always, this is what you study in Econ 1. It's easy to model, which I think is why econ professors like talking about perfect competition. It somehow is efficient, especially in a world where things are static, because you have all the consumer surplus gets captured by everybody. And politically, it's what we're told is good in our society, that you want to have competition, and this is somehow a good thing. Of course, there are a lot of negatives. It's generally not that good if you're involved in anything that's hyper competitive, because you often don't make money. I'll come back to this a little bit later. So I think at one end of the spectrum, you have industries that are perfectly competitive. And at the other end of the spectrum, you have things that I would say are monopolies. And at the other spectrum, you have
You're more efficient and psychologically and irrelevant in a dynamic world.
Industries that are perfectly competitive, monopolies, and they're
incentives. If the competition is for losers, so if you are in a market where you have to compete, you are actually losing a lot of money because but if you monopoly is like owning hundreds of thousands of local premium shops, that is monopoly. Owning the access to those shops, that is monopoly. Then just having businesses that other people are competing for, like that is not monopoly at all. So pros, which are incentive to innovate, stable long-term planning, deeper project financing, lower output, higher prices, price discrimination.
They're much stable, longer-term businesses. You have more capital, and if you get a creative monopoly for inventing something new, I think it's symptomatic of having
build something that is extremely hard to build, and if you build it, it becomes extremely hard to copy that building. So it's like winner takes all dynamics. You have to work in markets where winner take all dynamics functions and then create a monopoly. So if you have a business called locality, right? So if you like what they're pretty much saying, if I have a business called locality that allows me to capture local businesses, right? What happens is that those local it becomes increasingly harder for other person who builds locality to shift those people who are already on locality even if they have better products, it becomes increasingly harder to actually shift hundreds of thousands of businesses onto a different platform, because my dad used another business and but if another platform they're giving is just insanely better and have better benefits and something like that, people will shift. So that's kind of the model or the basic. I'm gonna come back with water because I want to drink a lot of water. I'll just be back in 1 minute. Or let me just okay. competition is for losers. I'm kind of tired. Woke up early, been working since morning. When I went downstairs, been thinking, I want to sleep. One of the biggest problems in my life is sleep. Like, yeah, I'm honest. One of the biggest problem in my life is to sleep, man. It's because of one girlfriend, not gonna lie. And communities and society. Why everyone sleeps so late at 12? I wanna sleep at 10. No one gets it. I wanna like it's not just my girlfriend. It's not she's the problem. It's not the friends. It's not the relatives community of mom and dad. It's everyone. There's no single enemy to my sleep. Man. Fuck them all. Fuck. My sleep is most important than anything. My money is more important than anything. And this, yeah.
Created something really valuable. And so I do think this, the sort of the extreme binary view of the world I always articulate is that there are exactly two kinds of businesses in this world. There are businesses that are perfectly competitive, and there are businesses that are monopolies. And there's shockingly little that is in between. And this dichotomy is not understood very well because people are constantly lying about the nature of the businesses they're in. And this is why in my mind, this is the most important, it's not necessarily the most important thing in business, but I think it's the most important business idea that people don't understand, that there are just these two kinds of businesses. And so let me say a little bit about the lies that people tell. And so you basically, if you sort of imagine that there was a spectrum of companies from perfect competition to monopoly, the apparent differences are quite small because the people who have monopolies pretend not to. They will basically say, and it's because you don't want to get regulated by the government, you don't want the government to come after you, so you will never say that you have monopoly. So anyone who has a monopoly will pretend that they're in incredible competition. And on the other end of the spectrum, if you are incredibly competitive, and if you're in some sort of business where you will never make any money, you'll be tempted to tell a lie that goes in the other direction, where you will say that you're doing something unique that is somehow less competitive than it looks, because you will want to differentiate, you'll want to try to attract capital or something like that. So if the monopolists pretend not to have monopolies, the non-monopolists pretend to have monopolies, the apparent difference is very small, whereas the real difference, I would submit, is actually quite big. And so there's this distortion that happens because of the lies people tell about their businesses, and the lies are sort of in these opposite directions. Let me drill a little bit down further on the way these lies work. And so, the basic lie you tell as a non-monopoly is that we're in a very small market. The basic lie you tell as a monopoly is that the market you're in is much bigger than it looks. And so typically, if you want to think of this in sort of set theoretic terms, you could say that a monopoly tells a lie where you describe your business as the union of these vastly different markets, and the non-monopolist describes it as the intersection. So that, in effect, if you're a non-monopolist, you will rhetorically describe your market as super small. You're the only person in that market. If you have monopoly, you will describe it as super big, and there's lots of competition in it. So some examples of how this works in practice. So I always use restaurants as the example of a terrible business. And this is always, sort of my idea is that, capitalism and competition are antonyms. Capital is someone who accumulates capital. A world of perfect competition is a world where all the capital gets competed away. So you're opening a restaurant business. No one wants to invest because you just lose money. So you have to tell some idiosyncratic narrative, and you will say something like, well, we're the only British food restaurant in Palo Alto. So it's British, Palo Alto, and of course that's too small a market because people may be able to drive all the way to Mountain View or even Menlo Park. And there probably are no people who eat nothing but British food, at least no people who are still alive. And so that is, that's a sort of a fictitiously narrow market. There's sort of a Hollywood version of this where the way movies always get pitched is, okay, it's like a college football star,
Yeah, in non-veg too, it's like okay, in these kind of businesses, oh man, they're terrible because competitions do happen, and over time people do lose but people do get too used to consuming local food or something. So having a business is better than having no business, which is kind of true. But then again, and having a good and big business and flourishing business is good than having no business, but it takes a lot of time and energy to actually make it grow.
Joins an elite group of hackers to catch the shark that killed his friend. Sorry. And so now that is a movie that has not yet been made. But the question is that the right category, or is the correct category it's just another movie? In which case, there are lots of those. It's super competitive, incredibly hard to make money. No one ever makes money in Hollywood doing movies. They're super competitive. Okay, Hollywood version, viciously narrow market. There's sort of a Hollywood version of this where the way movies always get pitched is, okay, it's like a college football star, joins an elite group of hackers to catch the shark that killed his friend. Sorry. And so now that is a movie that has not yet been made. But the question is that the right category, or is the correct category it's just another movie? In which case, there are lots of those. It's super competitive, incredibly hard to make money. No one ever makes money in Hollywood doing movies. It's really, really hard. And so you always have this question about, does the intersection, is it real? Does it make sense? Does it have value that one should ask? And of course, there are startup versions of this where the sort of the really bad versions, you just take a whole series of buzzwords, sharing mobile social apps, you combine them, and you have some kind of narrative. And whether or not that's a real business or not it's generally a bad sign. So it's almost this pattern recognition when you have this rhetoric of this sort of intersections. It generally does not work. The something of somewhere is really mostly just the nothing of nowhere. It's like the Stanford of North Dakota. One of a kind, but it's not Stanford. So let's look at the opposite.
Search engine market share. Yahoo. 15% is Microsoft, and then there's like a 0.2.
The opposite lie is if you are, let's say, the search company that's down the street from here and has about a happy 66% market share, and is completely dominant in the search market. Google has almost never describes itself as a search engine these days, and instead it describes itself in all these different ways. So it sometimes says it's an advertising company. So if it was search, you'd say, wow, it has this huge market share that's really, really crazy. It's like an incredible monopoly. It's much bigger than, a much more robust monopoly than Microsoft ever had in the 90s. Maybe that's why it's making so much money. But if you say it's an advertising market, you could say, well, there's search advertising is 17 billion, and that's part of online advertising, which is much bigger. And then all US advertising is bigger. And then by the time you get to global advertising, that's close to 500 billion. And so you're talking about 3.5%. So a tiny part of this much larger market. Or if you don't want to be an advertising company, you can always say that you're a technology company. And so, sorry, let me just see. And so the technology market is something like a $1 trillion market, and the narrative that you tell as Google in the technology market is, well, we're competing with all the car companies with our self-driving cars. We're competing with Apple on TVs and iPhones. We're competing with Facebook. We're competing with Microsoft on Office products. We're competing with Amazon on cloud services. And so we are in this giant technology market where there's competition in every direction you look. And no, we're not the monopoly the government's looking for. and we should not get regulated in any way whatsoever. And so I think one has to always be super aware that there are these very powerful incentives to distort the nature of these markets one way or the other.
I think my compute should be ending anytime. There would be any, yeah, they would end it within an hour, so.
So you know, the evidence of narrow markets in the tech industry is if you basically just if you look at sort of some of the big tech companies, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, they've just been building up cash for year after year, and you have these incredibly high profit margins. And I would say that one of the reasons the tech industry in the U.S. has been so successful financially is because it's prone to creating all these monopoly-like businesses, and and it's reflected by the fact that these companies just accumulate so much cash they don't even know what to do with it beyond a certain point. And so let me say a few things about how to build a monopoly. And I think one of the sort of very counterintuitive ideas that comes out of this monopoly thread is that you want to go after small markets. If you're a startup, you know, you want to get to monopoly. You're starting a new company, you want to get to monopoly. Monopoly is you have a large share of a market. How do you get to a large share of a market? You start with a really small market, and you take over that whole market, and then over time, you find ways to expand that market in concentric circles. And the thing that's always a big mistake is going after a giant market on day one, because that's typically evidence that you somehow haven't defined the categories correctly, and it normally means that there's going to be too much competition in one way or another. And so I think almost all the successful companies in Silicon Valley had some model of starting with small markets and expanding. And you know, if you take Amazon, you start with you know, just a bookstore. We have all the books in the world, so it's a better bookstore than anybody else has in the world when it starts in the 90s. It's online. There's things you can do you can't do before, and then you gradually expand into all sorts of different forms of e-commerce and other things beyond that. You know, eBay, you start with Pez dispensers, you move on to Beanie Babies, and eventually it's all these different auctions for all these sorts of different goods. And what's very counterintuitive about many of these companies is they often start with markets that are so small that people don't think that they're valuable at all when you get started. The PayPal version of this was you know, we started with power sellers on eBay, which was about 20,000 people. When we first saw this happening in December of '99, January 2000, right after we launched, there was a sense that these were all, it was such a small market, it was terrible. We thought these were terrible customers to have. It's just people selling junk on the internet. Why in the world do we want to be going after this market? But there was a way to get a product that was much better for everybody in that market. You could, and we got to something like 25, 30%, you know, market penetration in 2 or 3 months, and you got some lock-in, you got brand recognition, and you're able to build the business from there. So I always think these very small markets are quite underrated. The Facebook version of this I always give is that the initial market at Facebook was 10,000 people at Harvard. It went from 0 to 60% market share in 10 days. That was a very auspicious start. The way this gets analyzed in business schools is always, that's ridiculous. It's such a small market, it can't have any value at all. And so I think the business school analysis of Facebook early on, or of PayPal early on, or of eBay early on, is that the markets were perhaps so small as to have almost no value. And they would have had little value had they stayed small, but it turned out there were ways to then grow them concentrically, and that's what made them so valuable. Now, I think the opposite version of this is always where you have super big markets, and there's so many different things that went wrong with all the clean tech companies in the last decade, but one theme that ran through almost all of them was they all started with massive markets. And every clean tech PowerPoint presentation that one saw in the years 2005 to 2008, which was sort of the clean tech bubble in Silicon Valley, started with, we're in the energy market, we're in a market that's measured in hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars. And then once you're sort of a minnow in a vast ocean, that's not a good place to be. That means that you have tons of competitors and you don't even know who all the competitors are. And so you want to be, a one-of-a-kind company where it's the only one.
So I think, start small, be in a market no one is competing at, and then compete and then expand from there. That's the Peter Thiel advice. Well, let's just no, so like, let's say what we have here. I'm kind of tired, so model, yeah. Let's just do some iteration. Now all I want to do is do some small iterations for me. On the landing page, change the line which says automotive paint smash locally. Change the line into premium businesses available locally, right? Change that, and also add a like a title which called locality, like spelling of it. Like there's a logo of locality on the landing page. So like, yeah, besides the logo, add locality, or like, yeah, add the name of the company. Like that is kind of important. Doesn't necessarily matter of how you do it, right? And change the description, because locality is now being made for multiple businesses, premium businesses, and for local people to access those premium businesses. Right, so change the description too on the landing page. And there's a thing called a browse paint catalog. Change that to browse premium marketplace, something like that. And in sign up section, it says phone number, and in bracket, there's like for loyalty and SMS. I want you to remove that. We do not want other people to know that. And in sign up section, there's full name and garage name. I want you to remove the garage name part, right? And under customer, it shows paint workshop / buyer. And under shop owner, it shows paint store seller. I want you to remove both of them. You can add with something else better. But yeah, this is now actually, the platform is shifted for like global. So like you can add infinite amount of markets, and everyone's selling premium products there. So that's what we're looking at. Or shall I go with the premium products or not? I do not know. Like, how about yeah, that's why we should start small. I mean, I should start from my dad's shop, right? On locality, there's only a dad shop which sells paint. But like, I could actually like append a lot of businesses, and what these businesses have is like the ability to, like, how about I start with this premium brands available locally, because I think premium brands have, like, the people who actually run the premium brands are far much smarter than local shops, right? and like, yeah, the people who run like local stores and like, you know, on locality. So it's like you can access premium local shops rather than any random local shops. You see what I'm saying? And they can generate, because migrating smart people onto those platforms is way much easier than making someone migrate who is kind of dumb or stupid. Right, and a market is filled with people who aren't like updated towards the technology, so we can actually bypass that. But that means I still should not like rephrase the website as a premium brand, because like, you know, that would just limit it to premium brands. We can't do that. We should brand it as like, you know, local shops available or something. But over time, you know, we would give it a premium structure, and they like we would start with premium brands. So we would actually integrate the entire inventory system. So we would actually change the basic software they use for orders and all that. And like integration is the hard part. But I just want, like, you know, if we assume, I just want to assume if we integrate the part, I think it would work. Especially for the premium brands. Is like they have the ability to reach the local audiences, and the local audiences or the local people have the ability to reach them in return. And it's much easier to migrate those people if they genuinely see the profits. That is the biggest thing. The thing is to integrate all these shops, like, you know, yeah, paint, hardware, AC, different kind of stuffs. We need stuff that needs a lot of understanding and a lot of complexity. Like, so for in terms of thinking, like lightnings in a room, like a fan, things that people think about a lot before buying, right? Because there's not much online reviews about those things, and there's not much data, and we're gonna target the brands, not the brands, sorry, the businesses that actually have or are open to integration of softwares. That's it. Okay, so how do I market it? Like I'm creating currently like the front end of it, and I've already got basic of the back end and the database. So how do I market it? Currently, I was designing some things because I've left a little compute left. So I'm working on front end right now because like there's usage limit to AI agents. So I just want to like how do I market it on like on the front page on the landing page if a consumer comes, like if a customer comes. Yeah, that is a way better idea because in that idea, what you can do is like generate idea and nuances. So what you can do is pretty much. I still haven't stopped streaming. Well, I'm gonna stream for the entire day. Damn, today is a real work day. I'm obsessed. But okay, so what we're gonna do is like what we can do is like we need a. Alright, we need a better like better verse. Yeah. So we have like a. This is our like inventory. Inventory. So it's an inventory system. So what it does, it kind of like tracks what's inside an inventory and gives feedback onto it. So if we try to maintain inventory here, so we can the customers keep on retaining. So if inventory falls low, we kind of like ask the business owners to improve the inventory. So everything is based on the subs of inventory. So we have like this here, inventory. All right. So we have inventory. This is like the biggest thing. So it's like you have business that adds inventory, so businesses add inventory. And then you have customers, like checks inventory, which is like customers. Customers cares about the inventory, and then we can have like a delivery and all of that way later in the future, because so we can check inventory and become found locally. So it's like what the problem it solves, it shows all the inventory available locally inside your city, which can be shipped within a day, right? It's local inventory present. That's the main thing. So, but it's the not the it's the all the businesses like what inventory do they have like the fans, cars, stuff, all that. And what you can do is you can check the inventory, go to the local store that actually owns that inventory because inventory get linked to the businesses and customers can check that and then they can check product like they can check reviews, they can check whatever. So inventory maintain itself through feedback loops, which is integrated for us. So businesses maintain inventory. The biggest part is to integrate businesses that already use online transaction or something and get them run here, right? So that is another thing. So now they can find whatever exists locally. But then you need businesses with repeating, I don't know, like repeating customers, where customers repeat, right? That's the hardest thing, because like if I have more than a point, I need repeating customers. Because if the customers repeat, then creating an inventory becomes excessively important, because then they can keep track. Like for example, in car sales, in headphone sales, in digital sales, you do not have recurring. That's why you go for the dealers, you go for the construction workers, right? So you go for the people who actually produces a lot of stuff, and they are like, you know, they're constant have similar buyers that actually wants to know if there's an inventory that is there available for them or not. So that is, and if you scale it globally, like that's the biggest thing. When initiating the system, like how would you go? Like I can go to actually talk to other people about that. I'm creating this app, and what kind of problems do they have? What kind of things do they want? Right? I mean, like, you know, like get a local review to from a businessman, actually how it functions or something. Getting early as soon as the shop is open or something, and then sitting there and waiting for them to get free, and then ask them, okay, so like we are building locality, and what we want is like you to tell us is what we pretty much want you is tell us like like how are you able to reach your customers, like how would you stop them from not buying online. And you can, so there's multiple points. First of all, like it helps local customers to local like, you know, local producers, like, or local business owners, to actually stop people from buying online and make people, because people have like, you know, feedback delay. The Amazons have feedback delay, and as long as Amazon have feedback delay, because inventory can never update on the spot, which is inevitable. So if they have the delay, what we do is we reduce the delay. First thing we do. That second thing, we make inventory available locally, so they can know what locally is available by certain business at certain location and something like that. So that's another thing that they have. Then they could have delivery too. So what this does is that it sends local. Yeah, and then we can have an AI. So you can send or upload an image of something, and AI creates a ditto image of that product or something like that, and amplifies it. Yeah, so we kind of like removes the, like, so what happens, you took a photo, like say I'm trying to sell, so we can have secondhand business too. It's like, so if you want to buy a secondhand phone, how do you reach that? You can't have that on Amazon, but you can definitely have that using through locality, so you can sell it locally. Oh my gosh. And yeah, you can sell food locally, you can sell a lot of different stuff, but it's like getting it installed in a lot of areas and getting the stock, like, because at the end of the day, inventory, like what locality is managing is inventory, right? Inventory is the asset. By local customers. One more thing, since you're 1,000 random visitors, because what I can do is like these business owners can make other people actually get a these business, yeah, they are like, yeah, use locality or something like that. So inventory on locality keeps on increasing, and once it reaches 100 or 200 stores, a lot of people start believing that it's worth the time or effort. Yeah, and then it start becoming a runaway feedback loop, and then you go global. But at the start, you just go like, yeah, at the local stores and fix problems for the local stores. Then you go globally or something. So it's an inventory management. Like anyone can actually upload what they have in the inventory or something, and they can kind of like improve what they have in the inventory. So it's inventory management. So it's like, yeah, they can have access to. Oh, I do got what like. Check what is available locally. Name of the company, that kind of. let's change the description on the landing page. There's a thing called browser paint catalog. Local. Something like that. And in the sign up section, it says site, phone number. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I guess this could scale. What I want you to do is like, okay, there's raining, which is kind of beautiful. And there's called browser paint catalog. And also on the landing page, what I want you to add is like you should have some recommendations under browsing section, which says that which shows us paints, AC, and multiple products available in a local shop or something. So it's like, yeah, give options like paint, ceiling fan, PVC pipe, water pump, air conditioner, and stuff like that. So it's like there's some slight recommendations like that. So what we currently have is like people recommendations, the quotes said by some people. I want you to remove that, and but keep the same thing. I mean, but what I want you to do is like remove the quotes and replace that same keep the same design, but replace that with these words. And in the sign up section, also ask for the city that someone lives in. Yeah, and there's like order paint and supplies like in the product section. So it's like, so say like local chains that with like, local inventory, because we are going to redesign the entire system around like people have access to local inventory and they can like check what's there available locally. So we are like creating, so locality would now be a local inventory people can have access to, and they can know what products are available, like how good the reviews are and stuff like that. And it's for the multiple businesses. So that's we are changing the entire structure of the code. So people can check what is available locally, especially stuff that companies like yeah, I don't know. And also in the search, in the product section, also in the search menu, like the search bar is like the logo of search is like on above the search panes, brands and primer. So it's like there's all category, all brands, but like yeah, you should have all categories, but then change all brands to all shops, right? And then also what I want you to do is like there's this one thing which is like the search bar is overlapping with the text, so kind of like increase the size of the search bar and make it looks better, because it's like, yeah, not good there. And yeah, you can design custom images for the products, because all the products have the same image, so that doesn't give a good look, right? And also always show total savings on the product sections at the top, right? And make sure it's highlighted. And also if I sign in as as a owner, like there's like and there's customer review section, which is good, but there's customer retention section, and I want you to actually make it more text oriented. So it's like a register customers equals 10, right? Or like equals like, and there's a new registration. I mean, like you should remove new registration at all from it, like, repeat purchase rate, and there's customer lifetime value. So what I want you to do is like in that section, like, under customer retention, you should go like customer lifetime value. And if you click on that, so there's a section inside a section. So if you click on that, you'll get all the customers that have bought some stuff from the business, and you can see how much money they have invested into the how much money they've poured into buying the stuff that you have on your inventory, right? So it's like, yeah, so how much worth of inventory have they bought from you? That's also what I want you to show. Ah.
In a small ecosystem, you
Yeah, so it's generating code once again, so we just have to wait and watch and see how it turns out.
don't want to be the 4th online pet food company. You don't want to be the 10th thin film solar panel company. You don't want to be the 100th restaurant in Palo Alto. Restaurant industry is $1 trillion industry. So if you do a market size analysis, you conclude restaurants are a fantastic business to go into. And it's often large markets, large existing markets typically mean that you have tons of competition, very, very hard to differentiate. So the first very counterintuitive idea is to go after small markets, often markets that are so small people don't even notice them, they don't think that they make sense. That's where you get a foothold, and then if those markets are able to expand, you can scale into a big monopoly business. A second there's sort of several different characteristics of these monopoly businesses.
The hardest part is to just so look, so what you can do is like you can search, right? So you can just pretty much open the app and then you can pretty much search what's gonna work out, what's not gonna work out. How do we have something like that? Like, I mean, how useful that something is, like honestly. How useful that something is. Like, see. Get to know everything before buying. So yeah, I think I should actually create this phrase. Get to know everything before buying. Buying. Everything before buying. Yeah, that's what we have to do. So now we can actually add like a dealer section. So you can directly contact a dealer. So what that would do is that now people won't have to do Google research. They can contact their local business dealer and they can know everything they want to know about the product rather than going online and try their best to find out what's happening, what's not happening about the product. And what works and what doesn't work, all different kind of stuff. They can get information about all that. That's like the biggest asymmetry that we have. But then again, you can use AI you can use a lot of different stuff to get information about the products you're buying. But trust me, people still love to see the products in a local retail market rather than watching it in Amazon, because like the Amazon have like a trust issues too, because a lot of companies do actually exaggerate the quality of the product when it's not that quality or something. Yeah, and people have like trust on information coming from humans, but I don't know if that would stay remain the same for the future. But I think yeah, AI's law also kind of like decreases people's trust in AI.
That I like to
So we have to purchase credit again, and we should come 5 hours later. I guess that's what we can do for the today, I suppose. Did it actually, do we have our website learning locally? I don't think so. They committed. Yeah, we can't reach it. I don't think so. They committed the improvements. So like, yeah, they didn't commit the improvements. So I guess this is all today's stream, guys. We coded, I don't even have idea how long we coded today. I mean, oh my gosh, like let's just open my dashboard and let me just see my goddamn handsome face. Yeah, it's already raining. That's why there's dark in the background, right? Today we kind of like did a lot of work. So if you were to look at it, it's like we were on web, but on the web most of the time we were like doing on like, you know, our own stuff. We did programming for okay, does it count as web? Because I mean, what does it count anti-gravity as? Okay. Ah, so it doesn't count anti-gravity as a software anymore. It's just uncategorized. So it's like 1 hour, 36 minutes of anti-gravity, 2 hours or 40 minutes of web. So we like, yeah, so we have been working since morning, hardly actually diverging our like, you know, understanding to something like that. So that's a lot of work today. My God. Okay. That's a good metric, guys. I mean, so thank you for watching the stream. And I know like, it's like how this is my first time ever being that long. Okay. It's been 6 hours. So yeah.